I am back again. I have done episode section 3 of Refraction Railway, line 4. Mainly for this. I got Butler Otis. And of course, two more of this, but I already had one, so. I did Mirror Dungeon hard. So I was able to get that. And quite a few more Battle Pass XP. And what else did I do? Alright, I also leveled up some of these and did all of this except for this one. I don't think I really care about this one for the extra, for just the extra 40 lunacy anyway. So, yeah. So yep, just gonna go for starting Timekilling Time. And if I have enough time, then I'll also be starting or completing the other part of the Intervallo 4. Yeah. I think that's a good plan. Yeah, I think that's a good plan, alright? Now. Oh. I only used 4? 5, rather? Huh. That's fine. Alright. Ah. Whoa, how are these green lights still green? Another unexpected alarm, but we all react with measured astonishment, as we'd all grown rather used to the randomness of it all. It is unlikely that it has completely evaded the influence of T-Corp's singularity. However, it can be said that its partial retention of color can be attributed to the fact that Walpurgis Night is a transitory moment in which numerous possibilities coincide. Makes sense. Thus, nonchalantly walking up to the driver's seat and nonchalantly walked up to the driver's seat and shut off the alarm. Grammar. Man. Lo, 'tis returned this whatever night. Don Quixote and her eyes that begin twinkling at the smallest bit of diversion after another long period of idle standby. Standby. It's all just become a part of the routine. Even mysterious things like these Walpurgis Nights. Oh, an additional volatility aside from the Walpurgis Night has been detected. Additional volatility. Indeed, the entrance to a new mirror dungeon has opened. Oh yeah, that. Heathcliff mutters quietly as he rises from his seat. I thought it was about time a new one popped up. That happens every time we go through the bloody ringer. Didn't expect it to appear with the green flashes, though. Heathcliff lightly struck the end of his club against the floor in visible anticipation. The word that was once engraved in his club had changed. Remember. Oh. 2 days ago, I saw him sitting at the back of the bus, busily sanding and carving something into his club. I didn't have to ask to know what he meant by that new word, so I decided to not bring it up to anyone else. Only Heathcliff and I retained that memory, after all. Thought I was going mad from tedium. Come on, let's go bash some sods. How nice. I like seeing some initiative from the sinners. Miss Faust? Indeed. Let us move without delay. Dante, bring us to the corridor past the back door. Got it. Trying my best to shake this odd, uncomfortable feeling that Heathcliff's newfound enthusiasm didn't come off as entirely optimistic, I led the sinners to the back door. 2 types of doors at once, huh? 2 new sets of doors, just as Faust had predicted. One set of doors as I expected. Two metal doors resonant with the sound of withering gusts. A new mirror dungeon. And the other set of doors was... Are these papers? It's all sparkly. It was an unfamiliar door, radiating with an odd gleam of light. Technically, we did see the weird radio frequency-like squiggly lines around the door before, but everything else about it was new. I guess this one doesn't connect to the Lobotomy Corporation like the last one did. Weird. I think I'm hearing... Is that jazz? Oh, is this even a door? It's more like a window than a door, isn't it? Right. This new entrance definitely resembled a large window rather than a door. The window was blurry, and all I could see past it were some globs of shapes moving about. There appeared to be several shambling entities past the entrance. God seemed to have realized something, but she didn't tell us what it was. Instead, she merely looked in my direction without saying a word. I'm starting to get what she means by that look. Guess I'll have to get in there to see what this is all about. Right, Faust? You are experiencing regular growth in capabilities. Faust considers this to be a positive development. Yeah. A field of green and a wall of tall, great trees appear before us as we enter the door. But at this point, it'll take a bit more than this to surprise us. Ah, so nice to have our clothes back for once, huh? Right, there's an abnormality. So these things were what we saw past the window earlier. We are yet to be discovered. I recommend that we prepare for combat, Manager. I didn't even need to tell the sinners what they were. It was pretty clear from the get-go that we'd be fighting an abnormality. The sinners all stood ready to charge into battle at my command. But it's a bit different this time. So, Faust, I'm starting to get the hang of this Walpurgis Night thing, and please, do continue. I think there's something different about these abnormalities. Can you explain why? Considering the nature of abnormalities, every encounter with an abnormality would be equivalent to an encounter with a summoned entity. Nevertheless, there exists a certain degree of difference when we encounter them in a refraction railway or a mirror dungeon. That is to say, we enter a site once known as the library, a building that inexplicably appeared above the former L Corp headquarters. And this exact location is said to be a space that exists within a book in which the abnormality resides. The library? Where have I heard that term before? Some sinners talk about it, that's for sure. Quite. Yet, this space is fairly distinct from the containment units we had witnessed before to one of the branches. It appears as though an ideal habitat has been established precisely for that abnormality's residence. A rather striking difference from the very limited space and unaccommodating environment provided by the containment units. Yes, you may compare this place to a terrarium. The abnormality inhabiting this place has transformed its environs to a form most suitable for its dwelling. Here are some comparisons that may make it easier for one to comprehend. A fish would fill this space with water, and a worm would fill this space with soil. Gotcha. So, as long as the abnormality exists within this book, it can deck this place out with whatever fits its fancy, huh? It would be more accurate to say that an abnormality, once outside the confines of the Clippath deterrence, can rebuild its environment to fit its needs. Oh, that's kind of like free housing, huh? That's when Don Quixote, who was standing rather far from the group, who was made aware of these revelations only after Mersault had relayed them to her. Look. Our journey hath brought us inside a book, thou sayest. The library of legends that vanished like a mirage for truth. Suddenly blew up with explosive enthusiasm once again. I will add a preamble in the future to prevent such outbursts. You've been detected, Executive Manager. Yeah, let's get this over with first. I honestly don't care if I lose this or not. Because, well, yeah. Because it doesn't matter, it's an older Walpurgis event story. And a new Walpurgis is coming out in 2 days. I don't have work today. The roads are pretty bad, so therefore I have time to stream. Yeah.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요. 꿰뚫려라. 원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Hold on. You. You. Ba-da-ba and ba-da-ba.
영혼의 가마키로 한참을 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌니다. 바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
점 찍었네.
다리우스 산초 병열 칼시. 갈라지도록. 깔끔하게 잘랐습니다. 이제 니콜리나와 솜씨가 비슷해지셨는데요.
피를 연장 솜씨가 현란하죠.
선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이오?
여기까지는 잘라낸다. 기대해라.
Sheesh. There we go.
완성되었나?
Well then. That was way harder than I expected. Faust explains that we find ourselves in the library's past. We are participating in a certain repeated battle within the library. His purpose was to attain something called the realization of the floor of history. Yeah, sorry, I don't understand most of what he said. The floor of history, huh? Are there other floors too? That appears to be the case, yes. It can be extrapolated that from the collected intelligence that the library is, like some normal libraries, composed of several floors divided by subjects such as literature or religion. Doesn't sound too different from your average library, but I doubt it's that straightforward. Anything more that you can tell us about that library, Faust? Something more detailed? Faust's voice carries an air of untroubled uncertainty, and I'm starting to realize why. So you don't know about that just yet, right? I see that you have intuited a certain degree of truth, Dante. I don't suppose there is any more reason for me to remain evasive regarding this particular subject. Faust let out a barely noticeable but clearly shocked gasp before regaining her usual calm demeanor. Yes, I am yet to become a Faust who has access to that information. Yet to become. As your journey continues, I may also gradually gain recognition and access to further knowledge. One thing is certain, however, Faust regards this consistent, continuous improvement to be a positive development, Dante. I see. The longer my journey, the greater her knowledge, huh? Maybe that explains why she kept falling silent in the middle of her lectures. I have no idea how long this journey will last for, but who knows? Maybe we'll find ourselves at that library one day. With that, I return to the sinners, wondering about the scattered pages of the abnormality.
걸작을 자아낸 나. 마에스트로님이 어떤
Yep.
평가를 내려주실지
Timekilling time.
보이지 않는구려.
And more reading aloud for me. Don Quixote loudly and obnoxiously flaps through the newspaper in her hands, while peppering in a few insightful chuckles. Unfortunately, I now know exactly what this means, and that she will continue to draw my attention until I acknowledge her at the most appropriate moment. Okay, Don Quixote, fine. What is it? Andrew Esquire, dost thou know that the city's upstart companies such as one Limbus company must always pay close heed to the ever-changing world around us? Hither. Read thy newspapers, Manager Esquire, and do keep thyself up to date on the events of the city, as Mersault and I, Don Quixote, do err every morrow. But just go along with it, why don't you? I'm pretty sure she's talking about Mersault and one of his morning routines. You know, the one with the newspapers. Aha, the newspaper routine. He wakes up before the crack of dawn, parks himself on a chair, folds one leg over the other at an exact 90-degree figure 4 leg lock position, and peruses the morning newspaper. That. I guess it left an impression on her. But she'll be back to her usual self in a week or so. Hearken unto me. Art thou paying attention? Yep, totally. So it's new. What, did an article mention us or something? Oh, what? How didst thou know? Wait, really? Forsooth, feast thy eyes on page 3, though 'tis quite regrettable that we were robbed of the chance to be on the front page. Huh? Page 3? We're really starting to put our names out there, huh? Don Quixote and Rhodia, the two sinners guaranteed to draw the full attention of whichever space they inhabit were speaking. It was only a matter of time before the other sinners began crowding around us, curious about the commotion. A dramatic conclusion to the mysterious disappearances at T-Corp. Shocking, the perpetrators to this mysterious case has been revealed to be none other than the prestigious Edgar family, appalling the general public. But, well, I don't think we need to hear that part. What else does it say? The small assistance from some wandering bystanders who happen to be lost in the area with the most admirable heroics of the T-Corp Class 3 collection staff on the scene. Wandering bystanders, is it? Perchance that particular denomination refers to us? Bystanders? They're treating us like we were barely there. They didn't even mention our company name. Oh, come on. Those time collectors weren't even there. This is within the expected range of behavior for the news media. Well, there may be those who seek to interview us after reading this very article, mayhaps. Yeah, I'm sure they'll have a grand old time looking for wandering bystanders for an interview. Very descriptive. I doubt anyone will pay us much attention, Don Quixote. Better not set yourself up for disappointment, and we were standing there for a good moment in a big group, chattering about the article when someone slowly but smoothly walked between us. Excuse me, are you Limbus Company employees by any chance? You fellows are, I'm sure you are already aware of the reason for our visit. Oh, I welcome thee here. Long and hard have I awaited thy arrival. Now, from whence shall we begin? Well, is she actually here to interview us? No way. Don Quixote wasn't just losing her mind at nothing? I was not told that any interview would be taking place. My, where'd Verg go at a time like this? Now, where'd I put that leftover hair gel from Heath's makeover? Thou may commence. Alright, then. Verily, I shan't rightly take all the credit for what we have accomplished. Will you be making your tax payment in installments? Huh? Huh? Okay, we're clearly not on the same page here. We are tax collectors from T-Corp's Time Collections Agency, currently on a mission to collect your overdue time tax. Those ilks are never bringers of good tidings, indeed. Wait, time tax? No, that doesn't make any sense. We already paid our time tax in full when we went through the T-Corp Nest immigration process for Gilly said 2 days ago aboard Mephistopheles. Are you sure we don't need to pick up a timepiece for each of us to carry? You probably know this already, but in T-Corp, everyone must carry a timepiece, yes. I know the rules. But for every rule, there's always a room for an alternative that offers a bit more flexibility. Of course, I don't suppose it's listed anywhere on that pamphlet. Outsiders seeking a short-term stay at T-Corp can pay the appropriate time tax for the length of their stay to be exempt from the relevant obligations instead of going out of their way to abide by T-Corp's rules. As you may have expected, anyone born outside District 20 must go through numerous hoops before they can be issued a timepiece. So we elected to pay 30 days worth of time tax on the spot before entering T-Corp's borders. Impressive. Can't have been cheap. Yet I wish to wear a watch as well, like Lady Otis does. Oh, haven't I already made it clear that it is not a fashion item? As I have said so in the past, the company has no budgetary concerns. It is a given that they would be taking care of such expenses. Finally starting to operate like a real professional company now, huh? Yeah, there must have been a minor miscalculation or something. Maybe we fell slightly short of the amount we had to pay. It hasn't even been 30 days since we arrived here, though. Well, I'm sure we can pawn away their stuff to fix what probably amounts to a rounding error. Easy peasy. Heathcliff muttered, gesturing toward Sinclair and hung low with his chin. If it'll help pay for the time tax, then sure. Oh, maybe? I didn't pack much when I left, though. Well, let's hear the damage. How much time tax do we owe ya? Currently you are... What the hell? 10 billion 40 million on behind in time tax payments. What? Did my hearing get worse or something? I heard a 10, a 40, and the rest just kind of flew right over my head. For that much money, we might have to make a brief stop at my place first. What other options do we have if we don't... if we can't pay the tax? Can't pay the tax is not an option. Your only options are the following. Make your payment with time or money. With interest, of course. What the hell does making payment with time even mean? Now that I think about it, I remember someone talking about paying with time before. I never really cared to find out what exactly they meant, though. Yusong, Heathcliff, know anything about this? I have not once failed to make my payments during my residency at this nest. Says I know not what transpires on an occasion in which one fails to pay the time tax. Never been involved in messy businesses like taxes at the manor either. In my backstreet days, boss dealt with complicated shite like that for the rest of us. I did see a few poor sods getting dragged away because they failed to cough it up, though. Well then, with their not-so-helpful answers, my mind immediately began to wander toward Faust, who I hoped would know something more about this than the two of them. And that's when Otis suddenly and defiantly stood between us and the collectors. This is completely unreasonable. What kind of shoddy calculation led us to this nonsensical figure? Tax calculations and T-Corp are always exceptionally reasonable. The clock's ticking. Would I be correct to assume that you lack both the capability and the will to make your fair payments? Wait, we don't have to escalate this. Can we get a timeout? Your choice of words may be quite unwise. Cry and whine all you want about not wanting to escalate things when you've got 10 billion on in your pockets. I won't recognize your opinion as anything of worth otherwise. No? Then shut up and stay out of our way while we deal with this obstacle that dares to stand in our path. How exciting. 10 billion on death. 10 billion and 40 million on, to be exact. This guy! Well...
마침내 현장 투입인가.
And you... There we go.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
Alright.
선물을 잔뜩 만들 수 있을 것 같음.
불길 속으로
기쁘고 신나는 날이요.
그 오물을 떼어내주지. 합격장.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
That was half an hour of talking, oh my god. Or about half an hour of talking.
가족을 위해. 엎드리도록. 기대해라. 나리의 속 깊은 뜻을 본인이 헤아리기엔 쉽지 않나 보네.
좋아.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
점 찍었네. 합격장.
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠. 선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이요.
원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리! 선물의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 대로군! 꽤 뚫려라!
조금만 더 힘내라오. 마중.
승리를
선물 받을 친구들을 떠올리시오.
고통은
불길 속으로.
금방이지만 기쁨은 오래 갈 것이오.
실밥이 터졌나?
Oh, I might as... Oh, wait, hold on. I should actually move a certain thing, a certain tag, since I can't really play Limbus modded. Now that I actually looked at my tags again. So, there we go. At a T-Corp staff in a different uniform approached the sinners, and as both sides went on the defensive. Just one their ringleader? He may be of high rank, but he is but an employee of T-Corp all the same. Which is to say that our insistence on meeting their demands with hostility may lead to a direct confrontation against the full force of T-Corp. Lay down your weapons now. Should you refuse to cooperate, all of you present may be considered hostile individuals by T-Corp. We will use force to... I like that. How thrilling. This is bad. It seems like a great time for Virgilius with his intimidating glowing eyes to appear. Man, weren't things much better between us and the guide bud only a few days ago? Feels like it's been forever since then. Come on, don't glare at us like that. We had our reasons, Kay. They showed up out of nowhere and tried to extort a whole 10 billion and 40 million on, to be exact. You really like saying that, don't ya? Jeez. Yeah. The point is, there's no way we own that much money. Kind, law-abiding citizens who are brimming with a sense of justice. Here. Virgilius listened quietly for a moment as the sinners shouted on like they were a part of a comedy skit. Yes, I agree that 10 billion on in taxes does seem unreasonable. However, it is a mystery to me how no one stopped to think for a second about the troubles he might spark by starting a meaningless scuffle like this. In the middle of the street, no less. Virgilius let out a deep sigh before turning toward the T-Corp employee. We find it regrettable that this incident has led to bloodshed. However, 10 billion on in time tax is unacceptable. I'm sure you know full well that 10 billion on's worth of tax isn't the kind of money that we can simply fork over in the middle of the street. I believe that it would have been more appropriate if you had provided us with some context as to how this number came to be, instead of immediately marching up to us and demanding that we pay the time tax. I admit that such absurd amount of time tax levied upon your group is almost unprecedented. We have been summoned to an emergency meeting in a relevant office to address the severity of this incident. I see your point. Why don't we move this conversation to the collections office in the relevant jurisdiction area for now to discuss possible solutions? Okay.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지 않게. 그리고
Alright.
권속으로서의 품위도
Onwards.
잃지 않게 하자.
The truth behind the absurd amount of time tax levied upon us was much simpler than I expected. About a week ago, a large-scale unauthorized temporal leakage phenomenon was observed at the Wuthering Heights Manor, which shot you up several stages in the progressive time use tax brackets due to the immense amount of time leak. Dante? This was a bad place to get those time powers. A temporal leakage phenomenon. It refers to a deceleration in the flow of time within a certain physical field. In your case, it wasn't even a static deceleration field. It moved all over the manor for a good while, too. We measured about 4 hours worth of time in the process. What the bloody hell is she blathering about? Deceleration in the flow of time within a certain... She must be referring to the moment during which Dante granted us celerity as we were in pursuit of that man at the manor. Impossible. The manager's ability was activated for less than 30 minutes. It's most likely that your 4-hour measurement is a calculation error. No. Considering the odd sensation we had experienced as we departed the manor, it is most probable that no error had occurred in their calculations. Do you recall, Dante, as we left behind the manor? A few days ago. Aha! Mersalt, is there aught wrong with thy daily routine? We had just returned to Mephistopheles after the incident at the Wuthering Heights Manor. Most sinners were keeping to themselves, given the clear look of sorrow on Heathcliff. However, Don Quixote's ever-cheerful voice, like always constantly shouted through the silence, have identified an anomaly. We should have been issued the morning newspaper, not the evening newspaper. This is inconsistent with the amount of time we spent at the manor. Perchance 'twas an innocent mistake. As long as I have been a passenger of this bus, morning papers have always been delivered during designated morning hours, and evening papers have always been delivered during designated evening hours. The possibility that they have made a mistake cannot be completely ruled out. However, the likelihood of that is minuscule. Oh, now that I'm looking at it, it's a sunset, not a sunrise. I couldn't tell because of the lack of color. This cannot be. This must be the earlier hours of the morrow, is it not? I may have an idea as to how this inconsistency came to be. Right, the TT4 protocol. What's that? Temporal velocity synchronization device, or something like that. I've seen an advert for it once, a luxury solution for all your time synchronization needs. Enjoy equally leisurely hours together, or some shite like that. Oh. It is quite unlike thee, Sir Heathcliff, to use so many complicated words in a sentence. Pray, shall someone explain it in plainer language? It is an apparatus for equalizing the velocity of time for all those affected individuals under the TT4 protocol's influence. Aha, forsooth, I thought it quite odd how someone so affluent in time was moving and speaking at the same speed as the rest of us. Then with this information, it can be concluded that that the time we have experienced within the manor was flowing at a faster rate than the outside world. That is a coherent explanation as to why the evening paper instead of the morning paper was issued. Good. Now that your curiosity is sated, I don't suppose anyone has any issues with tackling a new job. The LCA has sent us a new request to track down a distortion. As for more detailed information, so activating my ability within the TT4 protocol caused... Yes, indeed. It was akin to tampering with an already accelerated flow of time. From an outsider's point of view, it would have appeared as though more time than what was actually spent was leaked. This bloke knows what he's talking about. Also, you didn't just manipulate time on a personal scale. Like I said earlier, you affected the flow of time within a physical space. Let me remind you that it wasn't even a static field. It moved all over that manor. Honestly, this situation is completely unprecedented. Right, they used to activate it only on special occasions, like when we had plenty of guests over for a visit. This was so bloody pricey. So, the time tax for your inflated tax bracket, multiplied by the surtax per volume from the physical space covered by the temporal manipulation. Yeah, no wonder it all adds up to this insane number. It ain't like we knew something like this would happen. Well, anyway, you have two payment options to settle this time tax debt. Oh, wait, options? What options? It ain't like bags of 10 billion on grow from the tree, in it. Option 1, cash payment. Option 2, time payment. Yeah, about that. Oh, what's that supposed to mean anyway? Paying with time. It means, the employee who was about to answer our questions with painfully observable annoyance suddenly jolted at the sound of an alarm. Understood. I just got a call that they're ready to hold the emergency meeting regarding this incident. This company may send 2 individuals to the meeting to represent your company. Ah, no need to talk and fuss, Dante. Dealing with complicated matters like this meeting is one of my responsibilities. I will be joining them to discuss the possible solutions to this incident. So please keep the sinners under control, except you, Miss Faust. You're with me. Understood. Make another mess while I'm gone, and only Ryoshu will enjoy what comes next. Keep that in mind as you wait. Oh-ho. Well, off they go, I guess. They didn't even give us the chance to ask them more questions. They're just leaving us here like this. But isn't this whole mess basically about what'll happen to us? So, this isn't anything serious, but... what's Mersault doing on the gallows? What? Mersault, what are you doing up there? I was told to stand here, so I have done so. What? Who told you to do that? I did. I'm just trying to be helpful with you and your friend's little time tax problem. Huh? I thought all employees were supposed to be at the emergency meeting. Whoa, clock with legs. How fascinating. If someone were to submit to you for consideration at the upcoming expo, you might even be worth a participation trophy. You remind me of... You remind me of the time when some hapless soul submitted a timepiece that doubled as a compass. It had a rather tragic and critical design flaw. You could tell the time or find your path, but never both at once. Tell directions or tell time. It was only one thing or the other, leaving you lost in time and stranded in the streets. Oh, it's no good, not at all. That's no better than a clock taped to a compass at the end of the day, is it? Oh right, TT5-2 protocol is operating at an experimental capacity within this office space, so don't you forget. Anyone not synced with the daily center time might find this a little disorienting. Huh. Well, I figured that would happen. I got a text saying that today is basically a volunteer day for work. I wasn't even going to be going to work anyway because of the road conditions. So, anyway. So keep that in mind as well. Oh, what? This fucker! Anyway, now that's the look of someone who has never once heard of the TT5-2 protocol, eh? TT5-2 protocol, as its name suggests, is an invention to address a temporal efficiency problem present in the TT4 protocol. It's doing test runs in only a few select T-Corp offices, so if you do ever feel the urge to leave your impressions of this new shiny thing, feel free to jot down a few words on that bulletin. Wait a minute, who wrote that three-star review? The man, whom we presumed to be a T-Corp staff, seemed very adept at holding a one-sided conversation with zero external input. Not that any of us could keep up with how fast he was speaking anyway. I agree. Anyways, if you're ready, let's get cracking. I'm ready. Wait, I don't know if it's really a good idea to be ready for something that looks like the rope extending from the intimidating machine tightened around Mersault's throat. Is this what it means to pay our time tax with time? Getting hanged from the gallows? Please call it by its precise and given name. Temporal Scale Gallows. It measures the exact amount of time you owe and sucks that time right out of you. That wasn't the original name, mind you. There was simply too much hubbub and hullabaloo about its excessively long name, which was at approximately 58 words, or letters. And someone asked him what will happen to Mersault. Is that thing going to kill Mersault? Kill him? Nonsense. He's a very gentle machine. That is simply preposterous, however, spoken in such manner, oft portends that events of even greater ill fortune shall befall us. I'm not so sure as to what might happen, actually. I suppose it will suck 10 billion ons worth of time out of your friend. Stop being obtuse. What is that even supposed to mean? Is he going to be stuck like that for 10 billion hours or something? What? Oh, not exactly. Fucker! I hate this guy already. Oh, not exactly. Let me tell you about T-Corp's particularly generous system called the 4-hour daily minimum time guarantee policy. How generous, Yeah, even when worst comes to worst, every citizen is entitled to the right to enjoy a minimum of 4-hour days. According to the T-Corp Public Welfare Council, 4 hours is the absolute minimum number of hours in a day to guarantee human survival. Survive being the key word here. My. Sucking 10 billion, 40 million ons worth of time from your wind was too much, I suppose. Look, it says measurement error. That rarely ever happens. Wait, you pulled the lever when you didn't even know what was going to happen? Just out of curiosity? Of course. 10 billion on of time this fucker. Anyway, time tax debt is historically unprecedented amount of debt. So I had to see what would happen. You'd land first place in the lottery, and you still wouldn't even come close to making 10 billion on. And that's before taxes. I'd say you all belong in a museum of history, if I'm being honest. Besides, I haven't seen anyone with more than 150 hours in time tax debt willingly step up the gallows before. Anyone beyond that usually chooses to run and digs themselves into an even deeper debt hole. The point is, I scarcely expected someone in a 10 million on time tax hole to just walk up there like that. What is wrong with this guy? Awaken, Mersault. Prithee, surrender not to such machinery. Thou art unharmed? I am alright. Why don't you get down from the gallows for now, Mersault? Vergilius and Faust, who returned just as this incident occurred, were both glaring at us with expressions that were anything but friendly. Huh. I thought it's gonna be, gonna hate this. Fucking Intervallo. Okay, I can clearly see that you are both accusing me of letting the sinners run wild again, but we had our reasons. We have reached an agreement. And you explained things to them, right? Please tell me that the agreement doesn't involve us collectively dangling from that stupid gallows. 10 billion on is certainly an absurd amount of money, but that doesn't change the fact that we are still responsible for it. We did benefit from the extra time it granted us, and its use was something that wasn't mutually agreed upon before our unilateral activation. Because it was an unexpected event, no countermeasures could be put in place either. Yeah, but we didn't exactly have a whole lot of time to debate whether I was allowed to slow down time or not. We really had to think on our feedback then. I felt a bit miffed about being treated as though I was somehow at fault for this. If you plan to sacrifice one of us to settle the debt, I request that you evaluate our worth based on individual merit. I have prepared performance evaluation sheets for each sinner precisely for one such occasion. On the last pages of those evaluation sheets are extra opinions that I don't plan on leaving any of you behind. Take the fall for the group. Besides, 10 billion on isn't the kind of money that you can settle with the sacrifice of an individual. But we did eventually find a reasonable compromise while you were wasting your time horsing around in front of the gallows. And that compromise is? We have been contracted to deal with distortion. Huh, I guess we are really starting to put our names out there. They specifically sought us out to deal with this distortion. They have sought out other fixers and companies to deal with this issue first. We were their sixth choice after the first 5 failed to produce a meaningful result. Gotcha. Well, the stories are starting to circulate via the word of mouth. I will not deny that. So what kind of distortion are we dealing with this time? This is a request regarding a series of similar unsolved cases within T-Corp's borders. Some call it the case of Timekilling Time. Several people have already fallen victim to the perpetrator. Case of Timekilling Time. It is exactly what it says on the tin. A distortion is running wild, killing our time. Time BLAH! Is an asset here at T-Corp. It is not so difficult for us to track down the occasional time robberies by tracing it, but in the case of Timekilling Time, the killer does not leave any traces. It is simply gone, completely removed, and untraceable. No such thing has ever happened here before, thus the significance of this case cannot be emphasized enough. That is why we formally request that you solve this case for us. In return, we will exempt you from your time tax debt. So this arrives once again. My time to shine. According to a book... Stop it, Don. According to a book I have perused in recent days, any and all detectives working to solve cases of every nightmare or beyond are issued this special investigator badge during the course of their employment. It is a badge that may as well be a universal pass to commend all kinds of aid regarding the detectives. Fixers. We plan to issue you those badges, yes. Wahoo! Much have I longed to add one of such badge to my collection. Perchance thou shalt allow us to keep the badges once this case is dealt with. Nay, I demand that I be awarded at least 3 badges. One for my private collection, one for display, and one for business, so that... Should it last? Right, what are we waiting for? Let's crack on, whack this distortion, and get the hell out of here. I hate dealing with money problems. I value your enthusiasm, but I would also appreciate it if you could allow others to finish their sentences before cutting them off and going on a long tangent of your own. The problem is that they don't want all 13 of you running amok in an effort to solve the case. Indeed, I can't have your entire group run wild in the streets and potentially waste the precious time of our residents. Also, the Special Investigator badge isn't something that T-Corp hands out like candy. We can't give away a whole box of badges for all 13 of them. I concur, to a degree. Otis, who has continuously and consistently suggested that we cut down the number of sinners, was the first to welcome this offer. We should have done something like this a long time ago. What use is there in hauling around these dead weights? We will leave the useless pawns behind to wait in the bus while the elite team of high-performing individuals takes care of business. I agree. You seem rather confident that you'd be a part of that elite team of high-performing individuals, Otis. It's ridiculous to even suggest otherwise. Alright, enough with your nonsense. So, how many of us are allowed to work on this case anyway? Vergilius trailed off, clearly unhappy about this outcome. They have decided that 4 individuals, including the matter. What? Is an appropriate amount of people allowed to partake in this investigation. That's not a lot. Accept it. We barely managed to get the authorization for 4 after much debate. Then you have wasted your breath. A tag team of the executive manager and I will be more than enough to complete this mission. Right, so it all comes down to my choice, huh? 3 sinners. So many eyes are upon me. Not that I've never had them all look at me at the same time before, but the pressure is on a completely different level when it comes to making judgment calls like these. Looks like the matter is deep in thought, but pointlessly agonizing over something like this is a waste of time. I'm taking volunteers first, so let's see some hands, quickly now. Forsooth, I shan't hesitate before such excellent opportunity. Maybe it's finally my time to shine. Oh, I don't even need to ask me, alright. Let's get on with it. Oh, nah, that wasn't... I'm not raising my hand. I'm just cleaning my glasses. This is no simple matter. I have not been with so few sinners before, except for that one time when we accidentally walked out to the outskirts through the back door. I have to take this slow and really consider all possible angles. What a mess. It would be too much trouble for me to listen and debate all the arbitrary limitations they set, so allow me to make the choices for you this time, Dante. No, I don't think there's too big of a gap between them when it comes to their capabilities, but they all excel in different situations. Dante, are you listening? I just said that I will be the one to choose your companions. No, I need to consider more than just their individual capabilities. Some of them work better when paired together, but it's also true that haphazardly pairing them together might end up making a team less than the sum of its parts. This is all about building team synergy. Wait, didn't Rhodia say something about how people born in December and August don't mesh well together? And the sinners who will accompany Dante to solve this case are... I have to choose someone who can support me, calmly assess the situation, and remain free from biased judgment while making smart, rational decisions on the fly. Those who fit that description are... Do we even have anyone like that? Still have to choose someone, though. Damn it, I got it. I choose Faust, Mersalt, and Yusung. Rodion, Ryushu, and Honglu. What? Wait, Dante has selected me, Mersalt, and Yusung. Haven't you been listening, Dante? I have certain things to discuss with Miss Faust regarding our upcoming journey, so she was not an option. Yusung was immediately ruled out even before the meeting adjourned due to his history of developing an unauthorized invention at T-Corp. Mersalt did not volunteer. There was no reason to volunteer. Although I may have been disallowed from joining this investigation, I am truly grateful for your appreciation, Dante. I shan't soon forget this. But wait, that's, Hey, Otis, you know that's not at all what I meant. I just thought that maybe we needed someone skilled and experienced like you to effectively manage the remaining sinners while we're... okay. I really started the mood, didn't I? The three of them, whom I didn't even imagine in my wildest dreams would be hanging out together, all turned to look in my direction. Oh, just the three of us, huh? Our trio is such an eye-catching number, isn't it? Already I get, but... why did the two of you volunteer? Thought it sounded... F-A-H. Fun... Hold on. Funny as hell. Funny as hell. The greater the quantity and diversity of experience, the better it is. Yeah! Don Quixote tragically drops her head to the ground, crestfallen. I have naught else to blame but my slightly lower vertical placement in this world. Indeed, that must be why Sir Virgilius has failed to catch my impassioned hand. Don Quixote sobbed, dramatically lamenting how Virgilius did not even bat an eye in her direction, despite her being the first one to raise her hand. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the only reason he didn't pick her, though. 'Tis my final legacy I bestow upon thee. What's all this? A book, a magnifying glass, and... are these clothes? 'Tis my treasure, my collection. Collection? Ah, blah. Prithee, but be gentle with him. Oh, but why are you carrying 3 sets of clothing? One for my private collection, one for display, and one for business, verily. Is that not obvious to thee? Records of investigation. Solutions to the 13 Problems by Agatha. Huh, somebody's autographed it. So who's this Agatha? She. Art ye all so ignorant in the lore of fixers? Once she was a grade 1 fixer who was so prolific that she may as well have been the face of the Seven Association. Surely, no one? Most people don't know those lore, Don Quixote. Cumbersome clothes. How wilt thou call thyself an ace detective when not dressed appropriately for the occasional? Here, 'tis only right that the leading ace detective adorn her countenance with this special mustache. Look, Lady Agatha says in the foreword to this book that any self-respecting ace detective must always dress themselves in impeccable fashion. Don Quixote just let it go. So I'm sure everyone has their reasons, but how come you didn't get picked for all this? Ishmael didn't get picked. I never volunteered. It's not every day you get a legitimate chance to get some paid time off without breaking company rules. I wasn't about to let that chance slip. Based? Honestly? Based? I guess I did have some last-minute regrets when I saw who Vergilius picked, but I'll just relax for a bit and jump in to help him out when needed. Well, good luck. Well, call us the Elite Four. How's that? Well, the self-proclaimed Elite Four runs around T-Corp. Why don't we find a place to take the edge off and unwind? How unfortunate. T-Corp did not authorize the rest of the sinners to run about unmonitored. You must understand that we simply cannot let individuals responsible for 10 billion odds worth of time tax roam free without proper collateral. Looks like they have temporary lodgings for those who have failed to pay their time tax. Vergilius was pointing out what was clearly a jail cell. Yeah. Are you certain that's the lodging guide? I'm going to jail? Yeah, as living collaterals, apparently. It'll be fun. Hey, betcha you'll look fondly back at this memory when it's all said and done, okay? We'll be right back, so be nice and stay put. Nice, this jail has some heating. Wait. What happens if they just leave and don't come back? We'll be seeing them again after 10 billion ons worth of time passes, I guess. What? They're really regretting it now. Hey, wait, get back here! That's more than enough time to finish weaving on the loom. Calm down, alright? We'll be back before you even... Thou shalt return triumphantly as a glorious band of ace detectives. Mark my words. We set off on our journey after receiving the aforementioned special investigator badges, leaving the chaotic screaming and hollering of the remaining sinners behind. After a while, all we could hear was the sad, intermittent clattering of metal as someone violently shook those steel bars. Alright, looks like everyone's ready then. Let's get a move on, have a little chat with the third victim. Let's see, the case records say that... Aha, there it is. It's just a stone's throw away. Huh? Huh? What do you mean, huh? Look at the record. Clearly states that neither of the first two victims is in a communicative state. How unfortunate. No, I mean, why are you coming along with us? I'm sorry, but we're not taking sidekick applications right now. Go away. Shoot. Incorrect. One of us will be joining your team. We were going to send an employee with you so that we can receive immediate updates regarding your investigation progress. Pull that stick out of your ass. You plan to send a Class 2 staff with you, but you're... me? Class 5. See the badge? Chatterbox of an employee replied cheerfully as he produced a twinkling badge from his clothes. Apologies for failing to recognize you, sir. I scarcely expected to see a Class 5 auditor all the way down here. You guys are Class 5 staff? Really? Class 5 is the highest rank one could reach as a wing employee, right? Yeah, I thought so too. Oh, don't be so sure. It depends on which wing you're talking about. Who knows, maybe there are Class 12 or even Class 20 employees out there. Get it? Got it? Good. Now let's get a move on. We stared in silent bafflement as the employee who had already stormed out of the building, then hurriedly followed him at the door. Isn't it absolutely brilliant? The very concept of killing time. They're not slowing down or speeding up time. They're eliminating it completely, just inking it out of circulation. So, your name is... Mai? Relax and call me however you want. Names are such an important things, aren't they? No, names matter. Really? You never call anyone by their name, so... Relax and call you however we want, but you're obviously here to be our handler. That's true. That does make things a tad awkward, doesn't it? Let me think. Aha, I've got it. You're all dressed like detectives. Why don't you consider me your ever-helpful assistant who tags along to your adventures? What? Okay, but still. Yoshu, who is staring off into the distance while puffing her cigarette, suddenly spoke up just as Rodia was about to retort. Assistant, lead us. Right away, madam. What's the difference between an assistant and a servant? You know, my family used to employ. They sure warmed up to him fast. Okay, so I need a Honglu, huh? A Honglu that's actually good. Well, I mean, that one is the best one I have, if I remember right. There. So, might as well tie you.
현명하신 생각이네요.
I'm not reading the identity stories right now. Later, perhaps, but not right now. Do-do-do-do-do. There we go. There we go. Alright. Get that ready. Alright, more reading! Let's go! Let's see, the third victim of this case is this watch factory's. Hold up. The obviously gaudy and expensive suit, the meticulously trimmed and shaped mustache. The third victim must be the owner of this factory. Assistant, confirm my deductions. You're right on the money, detective. We're off to a great start. Ahem. We are detectives working on the case of Timekilling Time. My name is... Nani the fuck? What's going on? Yoshu, detective. He sure is a fast talker. He's talking way faster than Mersal did when he reviewed those tokens. He's talking so fast. It's like someone pressed a fast forward button in him or something. Can't understand a thing coming out of his mouth. He's someone who has a lot of time. What's that supposed to mean? An average C-Corp citizen has about 20 to 28 hours in a day. But you might also run into someone like him. People with plenty of time to spare. Because they have so much surplus time, they can afford to condense 40, 50 hours into a single day. To people with fewer hours in a day, it'll look like as though he's moving 2-3 times faster than them. Someone with that much time could pick their nose in the blink of an eye before anyone else even has a chance to catch him in the act. Ew. I gave Rhodey a quick look of concern. He had to do something before Yoshu. S agency. What's that again? Snaps his neck completely, right? Yeah. Quick look as in a brief flicker of the flames burning on my clock. Would you mind slowing down a bit? I'm just worried that you're at a serious risk of becoming a victim of a completely different, slightly more fatal crime. He shook his head in frustration, very rapidly that is, before activating what appeared to be a voice recorder. He began to play his voice back at us. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name's Bumble, a proud proprietor of this watch factory, Apologies for this awkward method of communication, You see, my days are 52 hours long, I used to live 100-hour days in my heyday, but things have taken a turn for the worse at the factory in the recent years, 52 hours? I mean, it looks as though you are all talking very, very, very slow, I must say, it's quite frustrating. I'm willing to suffer this annoyance as long as you can solve this case, Yeah, 52 whole hours to spend in a single day? Gee, I can't even imagine what that'd be like. Oh, I can tell you if you're that curious. It's a very, very full life, I must say. Having more time to spend in a day means I can get more things done in a day. I like sleeping 10 or more hours a night, and having more than 40 hours left to spend. Good sleep really is the key to keeping your skin moist and fresh. Indeed. I'll let you touch it if you want. So in an effort to demonstrate, Bumble was constantly zooming around the room, checking his documents, calling someone on the phone, and even brushing his teeth whilst we stood there listening to his recordings. I don't care. Get to the point. It was one late evening, let's see, like always, I was busy walking down the street, I had a very, very important meeting to attend to, you know, And all of a sudden, an attack? No, I just have to recall that I left the bacon on the kitchen counter at home, I should have left it covered with District 23's purple salt, Aha. My second oldest aunt used to sprinkle that salt all the time. The point. Well, so I stopped briefly, looking up at the clock tower and wondering if I should head back home to salt that bacon. And that's when the time ripper struck. The clock tower. Each one of the 12 zones at 12 T-Corp has a clock tower that displays A-Corp's standard time scale. Because everyone has different hours to spend in a day, their watches sync with their respective time scales as well. So, to tell the real objective time, one would have to check the clock tower. Aha. That's pretty neat. Alright, you two. Let's focus on the important stuff. Let's see, how about we start with a physical description? A fine tailored suit. Tailored suit. A bit fancy for someone called the Time Ripper, don't you think? Must have cost me about 40 to 50 million on. Of course, since it was tailor-made, its comfort was beyond human imagination. Wait, what? Not you! Oh my god. Oh, and how could I forget, this impressive yet keenly shaped mustache. Hey, I wasn't talking about your own physical description. One more chance until I snap your neck completely. Oh, you mean the murderer's appearance? Well, let me think. I don't recall anything. It just happened so fast. So fast that... How did it feel to have your own time killed? Was it painful? Can you not ask something like that with such a big grin on your face? Nope, it was just... 100 hours was gone in the blink of an eye. I missed my very important appointment thanks to that. I'll have you know, I suffered so many damages. God, 100 hours? So you lost a whole week in the blink of an eye? Nope, 100 hours is for me is just 2 days or so. Still, you have no idea how much I lost because of those 2 days. Ripping away time, huh? An invention that enables something like that would certainly win the Inventor of the Year award and the loads of prize money that comes with it. T-Corp really values and supports its inventors, you know? Some people say that once upon a time, T-Corp's executive director himself showed up to bestow the awards. I guess once an inventor is always an inventor. I say that he probably wanted others to carry on his inquisitive spirit. I've seen the ceremony once, and he was giving away autographs. Then maybe we're looking for an inventor who received an award for that tech assistant? But every invention at T-Corp needs to be registered at the Technology Administration Agency, though it is not without a few exceptions. Yeah, there once was a time when a rogue group of inventors called the League of Nine Literateurs made some inventions that they neglected to register. And wow, what a mess that was. Every single corner of T-Corp was up in arms. Everyone was dashing about in panic, making arrests, holding important meetings, while it was that big of a deal. I can't even imagine how hard it must have been for you. Alright. So, is there anything like that registered in T-Corp's tech agency? Nope. First time hearing about anything like it. It could have started there, you know. What if this is the power granted by the distortion? Meanwhile, Ryoshu, who was completely uninterested in the conversation, stared off into the distance. She looked out of the factory window and let out another puff of smoke before muttering quietly to herself. No killer, no corpses. Well, yeah. No one's actually dead, and we don't know where the killer is. Who could it be, I wonder? Someone who took a liking to my very expensive suit, I say. Disagree. Your suit's shit. Besides, if I really wanted to kill you... why would you... I'd have to be able to move as fast as you do. I won't be able to get a good aim at your vitals otherwise. Ryoshu strode toward him, before suddenly breaking into a charging sprint. Bobo rapidly stumbled back in terror, but Ryoshu was fast enough to close the distance and press her scabbard into his neck, despite this disparity in time. Just like this. Whoa, I thought she was actually about to beat the crap out of him with that scabbard. That'd be the case closed in, huh? All we'd have to do is arrest Ryoshu. You scared the heck out of me, Well, I suppose that villain didn't really stab me in my vitals or whatever, But he did appear all of a sudden, just like you did, I see, so the killer isn't just running around ripping time away from random people left and right. Yes, the killer was going specifically for that ASS. Annoying, stupid sash. The void left behind by Sinclair's absence was much bigger than I'd thought. I meant that annoying, stupid stupid sash. Not having that kid here is frustrating. No way, can you think of a single person who'd hate someone like me, I can think of more than a few. I say that it must have been the work of some bandit who wanted to try on my tailored suit. Oh, what about your employees? Lady Agatha's book says that to find the culprit, you must first look at the victim's immediate circle. I have no idea if that book Don Quixote gave us earlier is actually helping, but I suppose it's at least a very good page-turner. Hung Lu can't seem to be able to tear his eyes away from it. Maybe I should check it out, too, once we get back to the bus. Yeah, that works. Then the culprit has to be someone who hates the owner so much enough to try to take his time. Nuh-uh, that seems quite implausible, as you can see. What? The laborers at this factory. They're all working so slowly, like they're moving through molasses. Oh, most factory laborers like them usually live rather short 10-hour days, most of which they spend at their factory jobs anyway. What did you say? Listen up, everyone, Our output gains saw only 13% growth compared to last month's growth. Have I not impressed upon you how important this is, We'll be falling behind profit margin projections at this rate. Bubble hollers at them in frustration. Laborers very, very slowly turn their heads to look up at the factory owner. Even that simplest action taking an excruciatingly long time to complete. But, boss, it's impossible to work any faster than... Oh, how bothersome. Less complaining, more assembling, use our times effectively, chop, You have no idea how frustrating it has been for me as of late, Did you even know that the next batch of Kongs has stopped all of a sudden, We could understand him thanks to the recorder next to us, but everyone out of its earshot would have no chance of understanding whatever he's talking about. Hey, Mr. Bumble, you're talking way too fast for them to understand, you know that? How do you expect them to understand a thing you're saying? So, it's not me who's too fast, it's them who are too slow, Only hustlers and busybees like myself, who make the best of their time, can rise above the rest in this chaotic, bustling city, What? You know that's a load of bull. How are they supposed to hustle or make the best of their times when they're practically nailed to the floor? What time? Rhodia, hey, I don't think someone like him will ever understand what you're talking about. He was born and raised in T-Corp after all. Hey, assistant, you're a Class 5 employee, right? Aren't you supposed to be a big shot? Do you seriously think there's anything normal about all this? Normal? You're detectives. Do you happen to be returning from a round trip across every single nest in the city, all the way from A to Z? Can you confidently say that you have seen all there is to see? Not really, but... Then give this idea a thought, why don't you? That the notion of what is normal is just a mirage conjured by the downtrodden and the suffering. That is to say, that suffering is just a part of life in the city, regardless of which nest you're in. I don't see any suffering in that mug of Mr. 50-hour days right there. Such harsh words, I have my share of pain, I'll have you know, I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while, You know how much of a pain it is to wait for something that, but also have too much time in your day, It's so tedious. Bubble gently fixed his mustache and hair before caressing his expensive coat with care. Well then. It's time for battle. And obviously with only the three of them.
열쇠가 필요하신가요?
That's why I did that. To battle.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Maybe you can flip the script on our line of thought. What kind of people, Rhodia, do you think hate rich people? Do you think would hate people like me? Well, except for my family. If I do ever get murdered under mysterious circumstances, I'm willing to bet it's one of my family members who did me in. Or Heathcliff. That's a pretty dark joke. Well then. Ah. Alright. The culprit went straight for Bumble, but his employees literally can't move fast enough to have done that. None of them look like distortions either. Yes, if the culprit's hiding among those slowpokes, Flock would have noticed it. And that narrows the culprit down to someone unrelated to this factory, someone without much time. Someone who's got a bone to pick against the time rich. Or it could be someone who's unhappy about the state of affairs in the T-Corp nest. Also, while Dante could be right that this power was granted by a distortion, nothing rules out the possibility that they may be using an unregistered invention. There may be more than a single culprit, then. More than a single culprit, huh? Wait, I think I know an organization that might fit that exact description. Nah, no way. I doubt it. They don't ever take drastic actions like these anymore. Even back at J-Corp. Wow, that's some coincidence, isn't it? I happen to know of a group of people just like them. Sometime later in this certain alleyway, a group of people unhappy with the state of affairs in the nest. Perhaps you are looking for the Euro DV? Ah, them again. Ah, that rings a bell. Isn't your friend the founder of that organization, Rhodia? Rhodia stopped dead in her tracks. The Euro DV. Here? You know something about that organization? I did hear that they've been spreading through the nest as of late, though it hasn't been long since they started popping up within T-Corp's borders. So direct T-Corp employees like myself have been stationed all over the nest to question any suspicious individuals. He thinks it's a real bother. Standing guard here, all this stop and search. So tedious. So, what are the Euro DV up to around here? All kinds of stuff that petty thieves get up to. Stealing things like time or money. Well, I did hear that they also do some pro bono detective work for people who can't afford the time or money to hire people, and... Wait, stop right there, you. What are you looking around all shifty for, eh? Just stop and search. Oh, this guy. But, hey, I'm just trying to walk away from that lady with the cig and that creepy glare. Where can we find them? The Euro DV. Well, it probably ain't too difficult. Let's see there. Hunglu! A sudden explosion tore Hunglu to shreds as he was peeking around an alleyway. Speak of the devil. Maybe I should have activated their badges earlier. Activate our badges? Phew. Starting off with a bang, huh? Good luck, Dante. Let's bring him back. Gotcha. Turning the clock now. Wait, you can bring him back? There. The explosion came from that way. Damn. Damn watch chains of T-Corp. Here to collect your filthy dues, huh? Hey? Okay, no time to explain, right? Then let's talk about that later. Well then.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지요. 직접 열어드리죠.
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠. 선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이요.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지요.
예쁘네, 내 피분수. 벌써 끝나가네.
직접 열어줬다. 크게 다친 지성을
그들은 낙마하지 않을 것이네.
고귀하시.
그리고 숨이 가빠져와도 결국 우위를 점했기 때문이지.
예쁘네, 내 피분수.
괜찮은 공격이네. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
열어줬다.
Alright.
점수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼.
More.
아름다움을 잃지 않게. 그리고
Great.
제2 권속
진리를 열기 위해
Retreat. Hey, participation trophy. Participation trophy? Are you talking to me? How on earth did you do that earlier? Tick tock, and voila. And it seemed to me that you rewound the time and unwounded your friends. And I've never seen a tech that could rewind time like that. Well, that's a great secret. Ask and you shall receive pain. Fascinating. Aren't you terrified of time? As far as I am aware, there's practically no way to rewind time for a singular entity that exists in an open, unenclosed area. Either that or my study didn't reach as far as I thought it did. Wait, no, that's actually a very serious problem then. I was very desperate, you know. It's very unlikely that I missed anything. You know what else is a serious problem? The fact that we're wasting our time chatting about inane stuff that, well, they're all getting away. Come on, Dante. Hold on, inane stuff? This is extremely serious. Its importance is absolutely incomparable to what amounts to arresting a few small fry revolutionaries. If it was a true resurrection, then the head would have been after your heads already, so I doubt that's what this is. Then it must have something to do with time manipulation, I'm certain of it. Maybe it works with the same mechanisms as a TT2 protocol under the hood. Nope, that works only within an isolated enclosure. It can't rewind the time of a singular individual. Perhaps they are drawing time from elsewhere to inject it into their time streams? That seems a tad more plausible. If you're actually rewinding their time, then the visual elements of that process would have manifested in a vastly different manner. I suppose this means that you can't really rewind or skip time either, am I right? You can't just say all that gibberish and expect me to be able to. The process also seemed to involve a great degree of pain. Oh well, it seems to be in bad taste to say that it's good news. I suppose I could say that what I'm about to tell you is somewhat auspicious. I was going to get into the nitty-gritty only if we had to venture into one of the more dangerous places like the back streets, but here we go. Check the other side of your badges. There should be a small clockwork knob attached to your badges in there. Mind rotating it for me? can now have food. The Class 5 staff jabbered on endlessly, zapping between numerous subjects in a matter of seconds, before reaching out and pointing at the badges we were wearing. All fixers specializing in investigations are strong enough to defend themselves in emergencies. That's why these special investigator badges are all equipped with the same special function that goes into suits that higher-ranking staff members of T-Corp wear. It's called Golden Time. If you keep the clockwork wound, it'll automatically speed up the body's natural regeneration process as soon as it detects that its wearer is at risk of death. It's nothing compared to what you're capable of, but it's quite something, isn't it? So, I don't actually have to turn the clock myself? Of course, it takes some time for it to refill once its charge is spent. If you ever run out of its uses, then I suppose it all comes down to you. Participation trophy? You'll have to take one for the team and bring them all back yourself. You're willing to do that, but not willing to help us before we get torn to shreds, huh? I prefer that. Good. Whew. Ready? Go after them. Let's go after them then. Sometime later? Where did they run off to? I'm pretty sure they came this way. No more tracks. We wasted too much time on his boring lectures. Hey, assistant, are you sure it's okay for you to just saunter behind us like you're out on a picnic? Why would I run? I hate running. It's your job to arrest the Eurodivi, isn't it? Is it though? But my job at this precise moment is to keep my eyes on you and your investigation regarding the case of Timekilling Time, not making Eurodivi arrests. But you're a T-Corp employee. Okay, fine. Let's say that I decided to run instead of walking to help you capture those Eurodivi rascals. What then? Will T-Corp suddenly stop having problems just because they're gone? Will this place suddenly transform into some kind of humanitarian paradise? I should mention that as long as their leader runs free, they'll be back before you know it. Excuses. Then KTA. Eh? Kill them all. If we do kill them all, oh, he did understand. That only opens up room for a worse syndicate to take their place. If that happens, that collector friend from earlier might end up suffering from something much, much worse than having to stop and search random passers-by. Not to mention that I'll be getting muscle cramps from all the running. Besides, isn't your friend one of them? Weird. I thought he wouldn't want me to arrest them. Oh shit. Hello. Ah. Huh? Hello, everyone. What? Oh, Piku braided me. Oh. Oh. Hello. Right, I thought Rodeo would be a bit happier to be reunited with the Eurodivi. Well, since it looks like the trail has gone cold, let's go back to the stop and search lady and ask if she noticed anything suspicious since we left. Fine. The T-Corp employee we met earlier was still standing completely inert, not moving a muscle. Poor woman. I can't believe she's still on duty at such a late hour. Such is the life of a laborer. No, they got her. I can't even hear her breathing. That's the Time Ripper's MO. The Time Ripper got to her that fast? She's in a state of absolute stillness. A death-like state achieved without a thimble of blood on their hands. What a misophobic art. Though she may be in a state of stasis to those of us watching from the outside, for her this must be as brief as a blink of an eye. Now, what do you think the culprit's trying to do with all that time? Guys, this is a crime scene. Let's try not to touch the body, the victim. Oh, look, there must be some sort of spatio-temporal displacement superposition phenomenon going on here. He's entirely incorporeal. Jesus. Is this seriously the time to... There, up ahead. Oh. I whipped around, noticing the now familiar sensation of a distortion. Caught a brief glimpse of a suspicious figure slowly slipping into the fog. You stop. Ah, I forgot a bit to remove the VRV text. Ah! The scuff. It haunts everyone. Alright, Ryoshu, think you can catch up? I'm not your hunting dog, but sure, I'll entertain you just this once. Oh, she's pretty fast. Ryoshu sure moves fast when she finds something interesting. It's been a while since I've seen people like you, the kind who sprint forward, with their eyes fixed on the horizon. Here, everyone only ever looks down, their necks bent and gaze locked to the ground, watching their own feet take their halting steps. I suppose they only ever look up to check the time on the clock towers, but there must have been a time when everyone walked tall. I think I know why that is. It's because they all learned helplessness. Because they realized that even if they ran to their lungs burst, nothing will change, and it doesn't matter. Not everyone can run like Mersault. They're learning to maintain a stable breathing rhythm is not easy. That's not what I'm talking about. Wait, take a closer look at her face. Remember? It's the same face she was making earlier when she shouted, "It's a stop and search." Yeah, maybe she saw someone suspicious, approached him for a stop and search, and got ambushed. You should ask her when she recovers. We don't know when she'll recover. Sometime later, catch. Are you sure you captured him alive? Hey, Ryoshu, doesn't he kind of look a bit different from the mysterious person that got away? He's clearly wearing something different. Besides, he's one of the Eurodivi we all ran into. Those are just husks that can be cast off at any moment. He started running as soon as our eyes met. Hey, rise and shine. How am I the suspicious one? Anyone would run if someone like you started sprinting after them. That big sword in your hands. I have many, many ways to crush the truth out of you. First, no dismembering. This is the Eurodivi's turf. You will soon regret dragging me down here. I prepared this secret weapon just for this occasion. Oh, watch out! But nothing happened. Oh, what was that? One of the 5 greatest inventions of the Eurodivi T-Corp branch. The fuck now? Portable, adjustable, frequency periodical lighting apparatus attachment to sound wave generator. This will call every single Eurodivi in its range to this exact location. There, see what I mean? You see the problem prevalent among inventors. They never know when to stop when it comes to naming their inventions. This. Jesus. You'll pay dearly for smacking me in the back of my noggin. Fucking shit. Holy shit.
재료가 잔뜩 있음. 어디 있음?
저쪽에 있음. 도구 챙겼으면 달리라움.
Wow. Alright.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠. 저걸 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 거죠.
기회를 잡았네. 휘청이는 저자를 꺾어 넘긴다면 전대 사기가 떨어질 것이 뻔하지.
어두운 우주를 열어젖히라.
원더풀 선택이었어 나리. 전대 약점이 뻔히 보이게로군.
열어드리죠?
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요. 그들은 낙마하지 않을 것이네. 피를 흘리고 숨이 내가
가빠져도
눈에 새겨주지.
우위를 점했기 때문이지.
네 피니스.
분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어.
Hold on.
아니야, 이렇게 크게. 피를 머금을 시간이네.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
직접 하! 열어드리죠.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요. 내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Yeah. I don't have work today, so I figured why not.
벌써 끝나가네.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가?
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
직접
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠. 선물 만들고
맘.
도구 연습만 하는 것이요.
추잡하네.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
맘.
직접 하! 열어드리죠.
Because yeah, the weather caused the road to be not great. So no work for me today. So I was like, why not continue with Intervallo 4 at least? Or at least Timekilling Time. Might do the second part of Intervallo 4
어두운 무지를
if I feel like I have enough time.
맘. 맘.
What is this thing? Murder on the Warp Express. Yeah. Huh.
네 피분수.
I mean, for all I know, I will probably have enough time.
훌륭한 전시회였어. 하, 이걸 오히려
Dying detective, huh?
시간이네.
After matching various pieces of information we found from the defeated Eurodevi members together, we managed to track them down to a rundown building that appeared to be their hideout. Only managed to track us down, haven't you? Both you watch chains of T-Corp, and you clock. You clock, he says. It's only elementary, because I am an ace detective. Rhodia exclaimed triumphantly as she flicked her hair back. I sensed the smallest hint of uncertainty in her voice. Yeah, we're all ace detectives. I'll admit, we shouldn't have let you track us down, but you don't look too strong. It was a foolish move to fight a lion in his den. I hope you've prepared yourselves. Don't you worry about our butts. We've got a class 5 staff with us, you know. If I have enough time, yeah. If the Time Ripper doesn't take me that many attempts. I can deduce a few things about you. One, that man's outfit. That aloof look on his face. I see. It's likely that you're not lying, that he really is a Class 5 staff. Two, you are absolutely shameless for bringing a Class 5 watch chain to a rundown hideout like this. Why does this have anything to do with shame? I don't know about shame, but this place sure is run down. Right, how about this? I'll sit this one out just for the sake of fairness. It'll be like cheating if I were to take part in this fight here. That is a fair proposal. Fine, I accept your offer. We not get a say in any of this? Well,
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지
어두운
않습니다만
무지를 열어줬지라.
좀 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
직접 하! 열어드리죠.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요. 내가 눈에 새겨주지.
이번에 네 피곤스.
이게 다친 짓은 열어줬습니다.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다.
어두운
어차피
무지를
이미
열어줬지라.
이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
이번에 네 피곤스.
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠. 직접 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이요.
열어드리죠.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요. 내가 눈에 새겨주지. 맘.
yeah, I especially figured, why not try and get through Intervallo 4 to get to Kanto 7? That I'm pretty much, set most likely after Walpurgis, the next Walpurgis starts, I'll be able to do that event, actually, yeah.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
I've already done, up through Section 3 of
네 피곤스.
Refraction Railway Line 4,
피곤스.
because I figured, why not? I wanted that Season 4, guaranteed Deca extraction ticket.
쪽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게
And of course, I already did,
아름다움을 잃지 않게. 그리고 제2 권속으로서의 품위도 잃지.
I don't think it'll be that bad this time.
정리 시간이다.
재료가 잔뜩
내가
있어.
눈에 새겨주지.
어디요? 어디 숨?
저쪽에 있음. 도구 챙겼으면 달리라움.
Yeah, the, what was I talking about?
추잡하네.
Right, I also did a Mirror Dungeon Hard
직접
yesterday,
열어드리죠.
before I did the Refraction Railway,
끝나가는군.
so...
괜찮은 공격이네요.
Did take pretty long.
해주세요.
Hold the phone, okay. So make sure that guy dies. That guy is definitely dying. Okay.
피하게.
Yeah, I noticed right there that this was a focused encounter. So I'm pretty sure this is a mini boss.
이제 끌고 가도 될 것 같아.
All right.
빨리 옮기시오.
I don't need that many on one guy. There we go. There we go. So much text. My throat hates it.
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠. 선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이요.
I like it, but it's so much text that I'm reading aloud.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
직접 열어드리죠.
Yeah, especially him. I hate that guy. So much text on especially him. Yeah.
저기는 땅에 떨어졌네. 이제 우리를 누가 막겠는가?
고귀하게 예쁘네. 네 피분수.
Good.
직접 열어드리죠. 밝게 열어젖힌다.
Oh, good. There we go. We quickly moved our conversation into the hideout after defeating the Yorodavi members. Gah. Surrender and confess. Starting to run low on patience. I'd kill you soon. No, looks like Ryoshu is getting tired of playing detective. You've surrendered already. Not sure what do you want to confess either. What, would you like for us to confess that we're the Yorodavi or something? We hesitated, unsure if he really was clueless or not. That's when Rodia confidently strode forward and pointed an accusatory finger at the Yorodavi captain. Right, questioning time. You've always hated this state of affairs, am I right? Must you really ask? You like inventing stuff and not registering them to the tech agency, don't ya? Again, must you really inquire about something you could discern simply by looking around? Oh, mind if I take a counter? Yeah, I hate this guy. I hope he dies. Mind if I take a gander at these inventions? Wait, don't just go around touching... I see. This hedgehog toy is a time bomb disguised as a plushie. It scans the palm as soon as it enters within a certain proximity range, and if it doesn't recognize the palm as an authorized individual, it'll shoot out its spine so it penetrates the intruder. But you've screwed... Yeah, this is exactly why I hate this guy. But if you screwed the parts too tightly down here, you'll do well to remember that mechanical engineering isn't all about tightening the screws as hard as you can. Sometimes you need a slightly loose screw or two to make things fit better. And another thing, if I were you, I would have made the spine holes hexagon-shaped, not circular. You could tell all that from a quick look? You are certainly no common employee. Either way, most of those are experienced, incomplete products, in truth. In truth, you like making more dangerous, destructive inventions too, right? You really are a persistent one, aren't you? What are you getting at? I'm sure these violent inventions eventually led to something that can completely rip someone's time away. Wait, what? The culprit behind the case of Timekilling Time. It's you guys, right? It's what you do, isn't it? You see something that rubs you the wrong way, so you go ahead and smash it to bits. That's a bit of a logical leap, isn't it? Who do you think we Eurodivia are? Sounds like this friend of yours in the Eurodivia really messed up big time in the past, Did he do something drastically violent? No, Sonia, he always knew how to say the right things to get people to agree with him, to convince him to join his cause. His words filled me with this confidence that we could really change the world. That it really was as effortless as letting candy slowly melting away in my mouth. But what could he possibly do to change the world? He doesn't even do anything. Not like these guys. I bet the T-Corp Eurodivia are nothing more than knockoffs who just found themselves inspired by stories coming out of J-Corp, or... It's absolutely baffling how you fail to correctly deduce a single thing. No, we're not knockoffs. Besides, the Saint has already brought many changes to this world. Changes that you mere detectives can't even dream of. The Saint. Indeed. Saint Sonia was the one who really sparked the power of the Eurodivia in Avery Nest. Oh, that isn't the only reason they call him the Saint, but that's beside the point. Eurodivia in every nest? Sonia did that? Since you claim to be Saint Sonia's friend, allow me to say it in no uncertain terms. Eurodivia has nothing to do with your case. Sonia, how are we supposed to take you at your word? First, we don't have this time-killing technology. We can steal time or time pieces, but it's practically impossible to kill time. Making something so absurd would surely catch the tech agency's attention. And that is trouble that I am not willing to invite. Why? You've certainly been causing a ruckus here. Isn't that what the Eurodivia wants? Chaos? Please, don't compare us to the likes of Backstreet's gangs. Though there are those among us who want that chaos, of course. And one of our former members has insisted that we must take the abundance of time in T-Corp for ourselves, and have our comrades divided equally among us. But such drastic action would also hurt the have-nots, those who do not deserve such pain. So we must adhere to the Saint's teachings. To truly tear out the throats of the rich, we must wait for the right moment. The right moment. Ah, so it really was, Sonia. So, I've been wondering, are you really the Saint's friend? Of course she is. He even invited her to join his journey. Why don't we leave for now? We can always come back here once we uncover more evidence. Dante says, let's leave for now. Are we not arresting them? Didn't one of you give me a whole lecture about how it's my job to arrest them? Herodia ignored the assistant's question and turned around to leave the hideout, wearing a dark expression. It was something I had never seen from her before. The assistant shrugged, and we were about to leave the hideout as well, but the Eurodivia captain stopped us. Wait, if you really are a friend of the Saint, I can't let you leave without giving you some advice as a more experienced detective. I was able to establish a few things from this conversation, so allow me to share them with you. Oh, right, you dabble in detective work from time to time as well, yes? Is this a common thing that you Eurodivia get up to? No, only the Eurodivia branch in District 20 do. Anyway, if I were you, I would start by looking for a common thread that ties all victims together. Find out what they have in common. Why? The T-Corp Collections Agency knows everything about time. Where it comes from, where it goes, but not with this case. Hold on. Good. Yep, okay. But if they, know everything about comings and goings of time, how are you avoiding their eyes? Not all of us do. I can't tell you more, however. Just know that we have an ace up our sleeve that lets us continue our guerrilla activities in this nest. Anyways, does it not strike you as odd that for someone with such impressive technology that can quite literally rip away time without trace, the killer seems unusually passive? This tells me that there's a condition they must first meet to use their powers. Another possibility is that they have a certain creed or a belief system that they follow, but ideologically motivated culprits usually leave behind more obvious evidence and points to their beliefs. Ah, I think that adds up nicely. I join our squad of ace detectives. Who the hell hired this bumbling team of amateur detective wannabes? Never mind. Now, what do you kind of leave this place? Well, we now know where the Eurodivi are. We'll always come back here if we ever need anything else. Yeah, very much.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어.
Ah, more reading.
이렇게 크게 웃으면
More reading.
아름다움을 잃지
Ah!
않게. 그리고
Anyway.
제2 권속으로서의
Well then, the Eurodivi's swearing up and down that they've got nothing to do with this case and the Time Ripper is still at large. What now, ace detectives? I hate you. I really hate you. You and your fucking... Anyway, but we don't have any other leads. The one we talked to just left the hideout, so why don't we follow him? You want to tail that Eurodivi? Well, it looks like not arresting them may pay off after all. I think it's a fair suggestion. Waste of time. We should torture them one by one until someone breaks. According to page 155 of Lady Agla's book, an ace detective must always remain vigilant and not shy away from stakeouts. You're already on page 155? Don Quixote gave us this book so that we can all become ace detectives too. I've been reading it whenever I can. He's a fast fucking reader, holy shit. Have you heard of E's petty time thievery won't change the world? Is that why you're letting them go? Because it doesn't matter? Huh? No, not at all. It's the opposite, in fact. I want to see things change. Huh. Change? It said that the Eurodivi started with a small group of nobodies. They kept at it, slowly but surely, spreading through the city. I hear that they've been causing some real trouble in some nests. They find it difficult to get rid of them. You know what people have been saying there here at T-Corp? Running low on time, but burning full of frustration? Then come join the Eurodivi. Unlike most people who accept injustices and move on, they don't. They refuse to turn a blind eye, confident and determined that they will one day bring real changes to the city. It's only natural that I find them extremely fascinating to witness to what end do their desperate desires and aspirations lead. Nothing but impotent squirmings. I'm sorry, do any of you even give a damn about solving the case? This case has a certain destructive aesthetic to it. I like it. I'm following my family elders' words to see and experience as much of the world as I can before I return, because their words better be followed. Sounds excruciatingly bothersome. And so many things in this world presume that they deserve to call themselves family. I've never heard you talk like that, Ryoshu. What will you ever accomplish with such half-heartedness? Don't worry about it. Most people live on with that very half-heartedness. And it's been eons since I really desired something with all my heart, you know? No, I'm not most people. From the distance, loud, rapid footsteps broke through Rodeo's quiet whispers. I knew it. The culprit was a Eurodivi. Ah! They're here. Won't give them the slip this time. Okay, let's go. Maybe you'll catch them this time if you learn to breathe like Mursalt, Ryoshu. Rodeo came to a sudden stop and looked at me. As staring at me from underneath the shadows cast over her eyes. Dante, do you think it would have been any different if I followed Sonia back at the casino? Why do you ask? I mean, it's just watching Sonia's goals actually start to take shape while I stagnated, unchanging. It's making me feel already hesitated. Odd. An odd impression. The Time Ripper. More text. Let's go. I hate this guy. I hate this fucking story. This side story right here. Anyway, your late clock. The two sinners had a head start. Well, I like it, but I hate how much text there is. The two sinners had a head start. Well, I like the text, because I like the story, but still. The two sinners had a head start, but it didn't take very long before we caught up to them and saw them quietly kneeling behind cover. We'll go ahead and draw their attention. We should be able to corner them in this direction. Since Ryoshu and Honglu are out there to draw the culprit here, we decided to do our part and capture them. Yeah. What's wrong, Rhodia? Just every time I think about Sonia, I remember all the things that I couldn't do. That's all. Rhodia. Nope. I'm not gonna let this drag me down. I just gotta do what I can, right? Wouldn't it be so nice if the culprit showed up right now so I can get my hands on him and get this over with? All this waiting around is getting so tedious. We all look real badass when I arrest them. Sorry. I had some ego shard boxes, yeah. But of course, since the new IDs and ego, can't, at least the new IDs can't be gone from the dispensary until next Walpurgis. I just use my crates on Yusong, so that I can get more towards getting the Solemn Lament. I'll also likely be grinding mirror dungeons short at some point soon, so that I can get hopefully more than just that. But I'll recover quick. That's a good attitude to have. Oh, ain't that how emotions are supposed to be? Constantly changing with time, Is it now? I don't quite agree. Emotions don't change with time. I'd say that the changing emotions are what drive the flow of time. That's some complicated stuff. I just can't wait to hear all the praises they'll sing of me once I snag this Hero V rascal, that's all. Yeah, I know. The main two that I want are, Solemn Lament Song and Rep Ryoshu. I want to be an ace detective. And you shall have your chance. Oh! A chance for you to be the center of attention. A subject of praise. That long coat, that hat. You're... Rhodia, Dante. The culprit ran that way. You're... the Time Ripper. Correct. This isn't good. It'll take a while for Honglu and Ryoshu to get here. But before we get down to business, allow me to make a few corrections. 1. I am no longer bound to an organization like the Eurodivi. In fact, I have found their hypocrisy detestable. Do you know that even the Eurodivi did not use their hours equally amongst one another? That is why I have chosen action. 2. I am not killing time. You will not compare my crusade to something so hollow. I merely reap the dying hours, to share it among those who need it most. You may call me the Time Saint instead. What the hell are you talking about? Shut up, Aunt. Oh, hello. All this is flying over your head, isn't it? You poor little thing, sought for even a morsel of praise. Hello, Fire Team 6? Or Fire Red? Fire Red Team 6. This is both a correction of your ignorance and our final warning. If you wish to capture me, no, us, then you must be prepared to pay the price in time. Was that an attempt at a threat? Do you seriously think you can scare me like that? Sure, you're the big, scary Time Ripper, but I've got you all figured out. I know your patterns. There's something saying your hand, isn't there? Whether it's your creed, some kind of a design flaw in your tech. You can't touch my time. How do you like this Ace Detective's deductions, huh? Half right. But you have given me 2 more corrections to make. 1, I am not the one killing time. It's you, and everyone like you, who is killing time. 2, indeed, we cannot rip time away from just anyone, no. But I can take yours. Because you, at this very moment, are mired in tedium. What? Just biding the time, aren't you? Waiting for something to happen? Killing time. We are merely taking back the time that you would have killed anyway. Swing that axe and you might carve a small chunk of our flesh, but we will rip a chunk out of your existence. You'll stir awake when the clock strikes 4 in 50 years' time. Having done nothing, having lived through nothing, all in the blink of an eye. That's when it shall dawn on you, that despair. I know. I know it has a dungeon. It'll all come rushing in like a flood, that disparity, the unfamiliarity of all the time you killed. Every pain a reminder of every single second you've killed, thinking about how tedious it all is. You look scared. We like that look in your eyes. Rhodia stood there, completely frozen. No one could stop the Time Ripper as he walked away from us. Not me. Not Rhodia. The culprit. Where are they? I thought I could take them on, but when I came face to face with the Ripper, how could you give them the slip? They threatened her, that they were going to rip away her time. Oh no. And the Ripper knew. They knew how I felt, so never mind. It seemed to me that Rhodia decided to not say it out loud, but I knew that the word she wanted to say was tedious. Pathetic. Unlike you, Ryoshi, my time is important. I'm not here just to make those stupid, pointless observations about the case. I didn't volunteer out of some weird obligation either, okay? I volunteered because I genuinely wanted to solve the case. I'm not like you. Either of you. I briefly grew concerned that Ryoshi might swing her scabbard at Rhodia, but I don't think she was listening anyway. How banal. Instead, she stared up at the clock tower in silence as her cigarette slowly burned its way to her lips. I guess that's a relief. Rhodia, sorry, I think I'm just getting tired of wearing a silly smile. Okay. More! Yeesh. Rhodia was always the one to lift the team's mood when it's down, but the mood among us had grown so incredibly awkward and cold that I was almost starting to feel a chill in my fingers. I guess this is what happens when Rhodia is in a depressive mood. If we were back at the bus, or if Yusong or Gregor were here, they would have at least tried to do something to break the ice. But neither Ryoshu nor Honglu were the kind of people to be heavily affected by such a frosty mood, so we just trudged on. With our investigation. Huh. It's like the culprit got him in the middle of something. He knew the Ripper. How could you tell? By looking at his eyes, isn't it obvious? That look in his eyes is the kind of look that people have in their eyes when getting killed by a rat they know. He's not exactly dead, you know? This dead body looks kind of different from the last one we saw, though. Not a dead body either. But what is it? The culprit tore his scarf in half. Maybe they really disagreed with his fashion choices. The Yorodivi must live like fools in the eyes of others, so that we may see a path invisible to them. Rhodia? It's something Sonia once said. Told me that the scarf was a yoke to hide the great ambition, that those with such dreams must remain bound. I don't see you wearing that scarf. It's just not my style. And chopping the scarf in half would mean that the killer is a former member of the Yorodivi. We should go back to their hideout and ask around. Sometime later. Damn it, the Ripper got our boss? Huh? Are you asking if anyone quit recently? Well, it's not like they formally quit or anything, but there was some who went completely off the grid. Someone who wanted to steal the surplus time of T-Corp to share it equally among everyone? Yeah, I remember a lad who was said something like that. When his younger brother died, he became a bit weird. Did anyone want to go along with that plan? I'm sure there are some, but we shouldn't. We're the Yorvi. We must bide our time until the saint gives us the word. Is that so? Where is he? No idea. Last I heard, he said something like, always be watching you. Creepy, ain't it? But I suppose that means that he's still hanging about somewhere within T-Corp borders. Our boss man's gonna be back to normal, right? He'll always be watching, huh? Ah, clock. I always burn a cig after a kill. But you're always smoking. Guess it takes about 4 minutes for the cig to burn all the way through. I get to watch as the light of life slowly burn out in their dying eyes. It really enhances the flavor. 4 minutes. I know that it takes exactly 4 minutes for this cigarette to burn away. But only 2 minutes have passed on that clock tower. Huh? That doesn't make sense. How come no one noticed that this clock tower was broken? This isn't a new development, by the way. From the moment our little game of detectives started to this precise moment, the clock tower always measured only 2 minutes by the time I'm finished smoking. Didn't someone say that it's because people have learned to be helpless? I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while. You know, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Hey, assistant, what were the first 2 victims doing when the Ripper struck? Let's see, one of them was attacked while purchasing a 13-flavored lollipop candy. This other was reading a comic book starring a T-Corp inventor as its protagonist. I'd say it's a pretty fun read. Are there a lot of clock towers in T-Corp? A total of 12 in the entirety of T-Corp, but just 1 in this general area. Time Ripper struck only near this clock tower, didn't they? Right on, detective. What if they slowed down the clock tower and made everyone in the area feel that sense of extreme tedium? Tedium. I see. So that's what it was. You can rip time only from people who are bored. The clock tower. It should have given me a nice view to blow smoke at. Oh, here's something I forgot to mention. You know that you need actual evidence to make an arrest, right? Detectives? Huh? You have to catch them in the act. You can't go around arresting people just because you feel like it, What? Do we have to let them attack us or something? Just so we can catch them in the act? Don't you know? He can literally rip the time out of you. One small mistake and you might wake up weeks, months, or even years later. We don't even know if that's the kind of thing that Dante can rewind. Yes, it's all very tragic. Still a part of your responsibilities. Do you even care about catching the culprit? Or is it learning how he rips time all you care about? Right on again, Ace Detective. I once thought that there were no inventions in T-Corp that I didn't know their ins and outs about. You see, I have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp. I even know about the bizarre contraption your friend back at the jail cell invented while he was here. I didn't want that invention to be beholden to the T-Corp Patents Agency, no. I wanted to watch it as it spread throughout the city, which is why I didn't try very hard to stop him as he escaped through the back streets. It wasn't because I was lazy, mind. So, to answer your question, no. Like in the case of the League of Nine Literateurs, I don't care whether we catch the culprit or not. I'm just curious about the exact mechanism behind how he rips time. It's the nature of being an inventor. Agreed. How am I supposed to even get anything done with people like... Excuse me, Mr. Assistant. I have something I'd like to ask you. Back when Meursault stood on the temporal scale gallows, didn't the machine beep very loudly? Oh, that reticent friend? Yes, it did. If you have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp, then why do you also know why it malfunctioned? Of course. Why wasn't the gallows able to take 10 billion ons worth of time from Meursault? Was it really because it was broken? What do you talk about? It is statistically impossible for the machines of my design to have any faults, usually. And the source of that error must be Meursault. For all of us, right? Not the machine? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You're not only looking the part, but also acting the part of an ace detective. Could have fooled me. All credits go to Lady Actha. She did say that one of the qualities of an ace detective is a mind of bottomless inquisitiveness, after all. I thought the condition of getting exempt from our time tax was that we had to catch the culprit. That was what I was thinking when the Class 5 auditor began speaking again, as if to address my concerns. I'm not saying that I won't cooperate, of course. I may have even devised a plan for you, though it may be somewhat simple. Now, listen close. Well, here we go. The Clock Tower of Fear. Ah! I could finally fucking use more. Okay, anyway. You... Let's try this, yeah? Yeah. Do battle. Since I did level him up for this, anyway. So, will this really work? I guess it's barely a plan, and more like something we came up with in the last 10 minutes, but still. Annoying. Shh. Let's hide. Ah, I've been waiting for you. Did he just say hiya to the Ripper? How interesting. Not only did you know that I'd be coming here, but you also had the manners to extend your greetings. I see. You've been telling us this whole time. Of course. You're right under our noses all the time, aren't you? You're one of those fools playing pretend as a detective, aren't you? Killing time. You're right. Say, can you teach me how to make the most of my time? Give us your time and we might tell you. What, 30 hours? What is this, a bloody joke? That ain't enough. Just think about all those hours we've lost fleeing from these sods. We could have spent that time ripping more hours from others. I say that it's only fair that we take 300 hours from him. Agreed. He's one of the next lackeys, working with those filthy watch chains of T-Corp. He deserves it. If we let him go, he'll only bring further trouble. Let's show them what happens to those that oppose us. Ticketed. Let's try to extract the exact amount of hours that evenly splits into 12 pieces. Thought it. Let's stab it as deep as we can go. We don't want the repeats of the fat cat at the factory, do we? We are aiming straight for the center. We're not letting this bastard slip away with just a gash of 100 hours. Silence. I will decide the time. We will stab as deep as we can and rip 1,000 hours from him. That should be more than enough time for us to happily share. Oh, I suppose we'll be losing our sense of taste for the next 1,000 hours. We divide the burden of 1,000 hours equally amongst one another. Yeah, I can roll with that. Huh. It's like there are multiple personalities in there, all taking turns to speak. The culprit wasn't the only one who suddenly began to behave strangely. Hong Lu did too. His face relaxed into a tranquil look, as though he was ready to let something go, or perhaps that was an expression of liberation. 1,000 hours. Will 1,000 hours have passed in the blink of an eye? Yes, and there will be no pain. Only the despair that awaits you upon your awakening. Then, I like that. Rip my time away. He didn't mean that, did he? A time-tearing razor, is it? So that is the core of the power that extracts time, though it was no invention at all, but a distortion. My, this is so highly fascinating. So this is the kind of power that a distortion can grant? Powers that only one could have dreamt of. After a lengthy silence, as though the world itself had come to a grinding halt. Why, can't we rip your time away? Rip away your time. I see, everything went according to plan. It's all so same. I blinked, but the world is just as familiar and changeless as ever. What? You've walked right into a trap, you daft idiots. Don't you understand? Detectives. AOTS. Arrive on the scene! Phew, that's a relief. I had to be worried for a moment there. About 30 minutes ago, like I said earlier, the temporal scale gallows isn't broken. This error was caused by you. Your time, and this applies to all 12 of you, was already bound to someone else's time. Someone else's time? Me? It's caused a multi-reference to error in the temporal scale gallows, which was supposed to hang your time. So what you're saying is, because we are living within Dante's time, gallows couldn't hang our time? I had no idea. Well, if all that is news to us, then there's really no way for the Time Ripper to know that either. So once the Time Ripper arrives and tries to rip my time away from me, that's when Rhodia and Ryoshu can swoop in like the awesome people you are and arrest the culprit. And that's how this trap came to be. But what if Really, what if? What if the Time Ripper manages to rip Honglu's time away? Don't worry, Dante. It's all going to be okay. I wonder how long the racket will last once the news of a malfunctioning clock tower breaks. Wouldn't it be so entertaining to watch as people's trust in the institution of this supposedly unerring clock tower crumble? It's going to be such a fun show. I'll try my best not to malfunction. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Hey, participation trophy? I used to really hate the sound of clocks. I don't know when it started, but I started associating its noise with a perpetual cycle of pain, like it's some premonition that a clock hand-shaped blade will one day clean through me. Blade of time, if you will. But your noise? It's a bit different. It's the kind of noise that makes me dream up something new, something different. And it's not pain. Well, that's why I wanted to extend my gratitude. Not sure what he's extending his gratitude for, but can someone ask him to do something for me? Dante has a request. Right, request away. I think I've had enough experience to intuit that when a big fight's about to break out, and I'm getting to that exact feeling that something's about to happen. So it's time for you to return the other sinners. Can't believe they actually kept us in prison the whole time, only to let us out right before they caught the culprit. So how was it, Manager, adventuring with just 3 sinners? Was it nice? I trust that you have learned your lesson and that my absence was deeply felt. I'm aching all over just from sitting inside that jail cell. I don't ever want to go back to a place like that. Right, so is that Sod the Time Ripper or something? A distortion we must defeat. Well.
좀 찍어.
Yeah. I like this music. Pretty nice. Oh well.
그걸 그 무기로 때리시.
Oh. Is he
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도
I figured as much.
이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
Don't know green, yellow, blue, or red, huh? About you take that one. There we go. There we go. Alright.
합격장.
연작 솜씨가 현란하죠. 선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이요?
직접. 열어드리죠.
나의 해안은 정말 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 해결사 영웅기에 이런 구절이
Okay.
자,
Uncrashable.
점 찍어.
엎드리도록.
Good.
하잖아요.
점 찍었네.
Ah, okay. Oh, you mother. Oh.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세라. 저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 깨뜨릴 수 없을 테니.
Alright. Yeah, this probably would have been better with Claire. But I'll see if I can beat this within 10 turns or 15 turns, depending on how many turns it actually allows me.
환상의 세계로 들어갔죠. 무불아위.
기회를 잡았네. 이쪽이면
점
저들을
찍었네.
꺾어넘긴다면 절대 승리가 떨어질 것이 뻔하지. 갈라지도록 하세. 약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의
Alright.
존재도 익숙해지셨네요. 가족을 위해 따뜻한
Oh,
괜찮은 거.
good.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
There we go.
완성되었나?
Have you ever wept in such deep longing for that extra minute, that extra second you let slip through your fingers, where you wish that your heart would forever sleep, for its every beat was but a painful reminder of the merciless march of time? I don't suppose you have, because you all have plenty of time to spare. With that, the Time Ripper slips into the shimmering portal. Mirror Dungeon of the Fathoms. It appears to be the same kind as the one we have seen before. Hey, Dante, I've got a question. It just occurred to me for the first time. Where do all the time that you use, where do they come from? Well, I never gave thought to where the time I rewind comes from. All I knew was that when I turned the clock, I rewound the time. WC. Who cares? Yeah, who cares, I guess. I wish I could answer her, but it's not like I know how any of this works. Yoshu quickly shut us down with our brief summary of the circumstances. We did not question it further. A Mirror Dungeon of the Fathoms. Let's go.
오랜 목마름도
Yep.
어부를 향한 죄책감, 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
Alright,
다를 것 없이 마음껏
onwards.
그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는
So this is the culprit's Fathoms. 21 minutes. The time it took from the impact for you to hit the cobblestones. Isn't it about time you quit that Eurodivy thing, brother? We barely have enough time to scrape by. Wasting our time building unregistered inventions just to annoy some time collectors doesn't do anything. Come on, brother. Dream like you used to, please. You always wanted to work for the T-Corp Patents Agency, didn't you? You're just biding our time, waiting for the right moment, okay? When that moment comes. But you don't even know when that moment is. What if that moment comes after we're dead? Why would any of that matter if we were not here to see it? Take the Grade 1 Inventor Certificate exam or something. Make a submission to the Inventions Expo. It's a pretty hefty prize money for receiving the Inventor of the Year award, you know? Did you know that in other nests, everyone enjoys equal 24 hours? Just imagine for a second. What if we saved up a ton of money and moved to a different nest, and maybe we'll get to live 24 hours a day too? I could get a full night's rest, and I'd still have half the day to spend. Wouldn't that be so wonderful? I was always full of excuses. For all my hatred of the system, I remained inert with my ignorance as a convenient shield and excuse for inaction. I knew that our lives would get better if I did get certified, but I always give them the same excuse. I don't have the time to take a test. One early morning, my brother came to speak to me. I'll lend you all but 2 hours of my time. That'll give you more than enough time to complete the exam. It ends around 2 p.m., right? I'll meet you in front of the clock tower then. You can give me back the time you borrowed there. It's as I was given a single day of abundance. The sun still hadn't set when I finished the exam. I had a good feeling about all this, too. Maybe I could start dreaming again. Just like that, in that old comic book I used to read. To dream of becoming a professional inventor of all kinds of things. The car rolls in slowly. It's so slow that anyone could simply step out of its way. The driver is like us, someone who lives 10-hour days. But my brother can't get out of its way, because he doesn't have enough time. Hours already precariously stretched over a day, stretched even further. So you are slowly, so slowly thrown into the air. I run as fast as I can within the time that is given to me, but I fail to reach him. I never could. Nothing could change, no matter how much time I was shared. Because my life was spent in a rush, because its entirety slipped through my fingers in the blink of an eye. I wandered aimlessly near the street my brother drew his last breath. Oh, I could taste every flavor of this lollipop sooner. Now, I can't wait to read what happens next. Won't somebody knock me out and wake me up when the next volume's out? The city. Can't wait for them to finally complete my portrait. I hope they captured the little upward flick at the top of my mustache. It's supposed to look like a bird's wings, yes, huh? Ugh, it's so tedious waiting for it to be finished. Still 3 in the afternoon? This is one long shift. When will this tedious, busy work end? Has too many people who so indifferently kill time. Our time will come, just like the saint said. I know it's tedious, but everyone feels the same way. Stop pestering me about it, yeah? I think I'm happy with this small-time stuff. I'm just as tired as you are of punching those bloody collectors and running away. I was ignorant. I lacked the time. If only I had the time they killed. If only my brother had the time they killed. He would still be alive. Yes, my brother was right. Can't wait for the moment that won't come. Now is the time for action. I'll find everyone so content with killing their time. And though a clock may look as though it turns evenly on the outside, the cogs that make up the clock work in each turn at disparate rates. Some living 44-hour days, some living 4-hour days. We are not like the Eurodivy. We know that we must take action. So that's what you've turned yourself into. Within me is a place where all may live in equal hours. Our nest. A place for all who have felt the very same pain. Your explanations fail to justify your time killing. Yet I am not the time killer. It is the people of this city who have been slaughtering time. No one even took a moment to doubt that the clock tower may have been broken. Instead, they stopped at merely complaining that it was a slow day, and that they should just pass the time. Killing time. I saved the dying times from their wasteful clutches. who still claim that I am in the wrong. I saved the dying times from their wasteful clutches. Will you still claim that I am in the wrong? Yeah. Alright. Confirm. Whatever. Okay, so... Ah, there are two. Okay, good. Okay, so... Let's see. Unique eagle gifts, And they're almost all about Tremor. I don't have anything that's specifically for Tremor, so I'll probably be going for as much cost as I am able to. Means this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Which means I have to go for that, that, and that. Right? Yeah. Alright. That's fine. Oh, I agree. I want to know how this will be voiced. Especially Time Ripper. I mean, the unique gifts are Tremor based, and I don't really do a Tremor team. So... You enter the Dungeon of the Fathoms. It resembles a T-Corp street. Blah blah blah. Vending machine's light seems to resonate much more vibrantly than with your heart. Past the crowds of busy passers-by, you notice a glowing vending machine nearby. Dota. We are this close to unveiling the truth of the Timekilling Time. You don't exactly know how this case will end, but you decided to forge on. The brilliance our guiding light. Oh. Oh, so that's why we're given... Oh. That's why we're given this. Okay. But it's sorted in Hindley? I think I beat him in like refresh. Ah, no, okay, there we go. I already got one that is very useful. And I'll take that as well, sure, why not? Which means... Alright, now. You. Yeah, I beat Distorted Hindley first try. So. Which honestly I guess makes sense. But yeah, I'll be going for my usual team. Yeah. Really, I attribute all that to having a good team. A bleeded team, that is. And in Claire. I have no clue. I have no clue how I did that. But...
불길 속으로.
이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있을 테니까.
Oof.
꿰뚫려라. 원더풀한 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Alright. And you.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Oh, what IDs?
선물을 잔뜩 만들 수
눈에
있을 것
새겨주지.
같아.
꿰뚫려라.
기쁘고 신나는 날이요.
기회를 잡았네. 피촌이는 저자를 꺾어 넘긴다면 저들의 사기가 떨어질 것이 뻔하지.
후회하게.
원더풀한 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
합격점.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
예쁘네. 내 피분수. 예쁘네. 내 피분수.
Yeah. Towards the end of Intervallo 3, I moved towards a more specific team. Or at least more lead. And of course, 2 others, but... Because yeah. If I had
정리 시간.
Bloodfiend Gregor, then I could move more towards the meta bleed team by having the one who grips Faust, or rather, in Faust.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Yeah, I think I just got lucky by having Bloodfiend on. Which, of course, steered me towards wanting the Bloodfiends, which was apparently
점 찍었네.
part of the meta lead team. I mean, I didn't plan that out, but
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요. 엎드리도록. 원더풀한 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
oof, it's bad luck. That is bad luck.
불로
I still have no clue how I got her on my first 10 pull. But
어떤 상황이 닥쳐도
I guess
포기하지 마세라. 저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를
I guess that
막을 수 없을
kind of makes sense since I didn't really have many IDs anyway. But then again, it still doesn't make sense because I don't know how I got so lucky. Oh, I want Wild Hunt. And Bloodfiend Gregor. I've gotten neither so far.
그걸 근육이로 때리시.
합격장.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
불길 속으로.
수가 높아졌네.
비뚤어졌구려.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
그 오늘을 다 죽어라.
원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군!
Alright, on to the next one.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다. 어떤 상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세라. 저들의 공격은 우리의 잘라낸 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
추잡하네.
이제 끌고 가도 될 것 같아.
내가 눈에 새겨줄
용
기도해라. 원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군. 괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
예쁘네. 네 피분수.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 눈에 새겨져. 꿰뚫려라.
비뚤어졌구려.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
고귀하게.
그 오늘을 떼어내주지. 합격장.
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠.
너희의 무기로
선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이요.
Good. Good.
이거 참 설레는구려.
떨거지면 잘라낸다.
좀 찍었네.
이번에 네
그
피부색.
오물을 떼어내주지.
기원을 갖지. 그대로 무너져라.
Alright. See victim of the time ripper, blah blah blah. Gotta help, why not? Real Ah!
진짜.
Damn. Oh well. It knows what we want. Ooh. Yeah. I don't need to heal anyone. Instead, enhance gifts. Well, I guess that's all I can do then, huh? Yeah. Enter! To battle!
설레는구려.
Time for not text, huh? Alright. Let's see. Oh. Keep breaking his parts, huh? Oh. Interesting. Unclashable. Oh. I assume then that means that, okay.
떨거지 잘라낸다.
Okay.
저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 확실히 처리해야 합니다.
Can't really clash with you, so I'll do that. Alright. Oi!
또 방심하다가 당하셨네요.
Good.
하지만 아직 더 할 수 있으신 거 알고 있습니다. 조금 더 해보시죠.
이번에 네 피부색.
Good. Oh, bloody hell! This is really getting on my nerves. Oi! Quit hiding on it. Quit hiding us, yeah? Give us a proper view. Damn it! I hoped that I wouldn't have to show them my true form. Though we couldn't be sure if there were multiple personalities in the Ripper's head, or if it was truly the voice of the many, we did hear several voices of varying pitches echoing from all corners of the room. The Time Ripper, cornered, grabs the lapels of his long coat and... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
분위기가 이상하다.
그럼 도망쳐야 하는 거다로.
Huh. There you
속으로.
go. Good.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
괜찮은 공격이네요.
다리우스탄 앞통을
그렇게만 해주세요.
갈라지도록.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세요. 저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
Damn. That one I can't do about anything about. That one I can. You, I could actually do something about as well. There we go. That's better, in my opinion. Good.
연장 솜씨가 현란한 중.
선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 거죠?
그 오물을
Ah, next phase? Yeah. Irritating little tricks. Oi, remember what you said earlier? Might be the time to put that to use. But, I'm sorry, doesn't that use too much time? Drains too much time from all of us. Shush, my friends. Letting this drag on for any longer will cost us more in the long term. This attack will surely eliminate them. Think of how much time we will be saving by taking care of them here and now. We shall share this burden of time together. Aww. And I guess it's time for damage. Wait, holy shit. Doesn't that mean... Yeah. No, this doesn't make sense. That had to work. More tricks, is it? Wait up. You took 5 hours from me earlier. What's up with you taking another 3 hours from me? I took 2 from that sod. So that as soon as we deal with this present threat, focus on the battle for now. Deal with this present threat when? In 3 hours? 4? This fight's been going on for too bloody long. Understand. That is why we must all sacrifice our collective time to... Nope, I ain't giving you more than an hour of my time. Take more from the rest. I got the short end of the stick last time when the numbers didn't evenly divide by 12. Shut up about the last time. You're just an uneducated fool who doesn't even understand basic additions and subtractions. Wait, what the hell was that? Who said that? It's the new one, isn't it? They're starting to fight each other. Ah, I get it. You're saying that now is our chance, right? Oh. Infighting! Well then. Ooh! I didn't notice that she changed. Right. Yeah, he's going down real quick now.
깔끔하게 잘랐습니다. 이제 니콜리나와 솜씨가 비슷해지셨는데요.
Yeah. Kim PTSD? Nah, man. This is easy. There we go. Unless he has another phase, but nope. It doesn't. Okay. Wow. If only I had 10 more minutes. No, a minute. A few more seconds even. I could have changed so much more if only I had the time. Or so I thought once upon a time. So, what did you do? Did you even try to change anything? Believe it or not, I am the creator of every change you see around you. I know what the burning question is. What changes, right? Because at the end of the day, this place became no different from the other horrible, horrible nests. There's so much pain here, just like any other place in the city. So, listen up, and listen close, because there's only one way to truly be free from suffering. Stopping time. Stop time? Our assistant's expression turned bitter. He did not elaborate. Well, it's not like he could understand me, and the students were too busy keeping their eyes on the Time Ripper to relay my question. Like always, the LCA's Special Operations Unit arrived and discussed a few things with the employee, labeled the Time Ripper a distortion with a complicated classification code, and that's how the case of Timekilling Time closed. But, my, I'm so happy that you finally caught the perpetrator, behold, my push is finally complete. Isn't it so wonderful? But so slow, everyone. Let's stop being lazy and get to work, yes, Chop chop, What our assistant said much earlier was right. T-Corp did not change. Not even a little. Why did you volunteer to be the bait for the Ripper, Honglu? I'll be honest, I was scared as hell. The moment I began thinking about how my own time could just get ripped away from me, I just wanted to understand. Because to me, the world was full of things I couldn't understand. In truth, I still don't understand, so I still understand so little of it. Why do people hang on so desperately to something like time? Something so ephemeral. Yeah? But I know one thing. You understood the culprit, Rhodia. That it wasn't just fear that held you back. While there was fear, a different side of you felt like you could understand him. That's what stayed your hand. How do you know that? Watching you, Rhodia, reminded me why I did not resist when my siblings tried to kill me for the first time. I wasn't just scared. I felt as though I could understand them. When fear grows so extreme that it circles back to its origin. That moment is so precious and so beautiful. Alright, lads and lasses, gather round. Gather round. And we'll be running a special feature on the people who played the biggest role in solving the case of Timekilling Time. And for that, we'd like to get a little group photo. Would that be alright with you, ace detectives? But what an auspicious day this is! What's up with the long face, Rhodia? Everything okay? I don't know if I even deserve to be in the picture. I didn't really get anything done out there, did I? But Rhodia, we eventually captured the culprit, didn't we? It was possible only because we all worked together. I'd say everyone did a great job out there. Rhodia, Hongdu, Ryoshu, all three of you. Good work. Even Hongdu and Ryoshu. I just cowered as soon as I came face to face with the culprit. I was ridiculous. Well, it is said that all great detectives are flanked by great assistants. That's funny. Is that what this Lady Agatha said? No, I said it. Just now. I'm the only one who's allowed to make that long face. Smile, detective. Right, can we huddle a little closer together? What right did I have to stop those struggling to change things, no matter how small? When I haven't done anything. It seemed that I was the only one who heard her whispering. Right then, 1, 2. Hold! Ha! Don, get out of the picture. Chief Executive Director, it's time. May. Thank you for letting me buy your clothes. What? Okay. I made sure to not get even a speck of dust on it, so don't you worry about having to run it through a washer. Chief Executive Director. What did he... It's been so long since I had a day this exciting. Thanks, participation trophy. I'd just like to experience how it's like outside the company building from time to time, you know? Can he be thanking us for solving the case, not you know? Let's see. Considering you're rather competent at command of the battlefield and that special ability of yours, maybe you could even snag the exceptional award. Actually, no. Perhaps you'd receive the distinctive award instead, since you can't explain the mechanism of your own powers. Your clock does seem quite special, but the time that flows through you doesn't seem very different from the concept of time I'm used to. Well, I don't have any prize money to hand out, but allow me to impart a little tip instead. Remember, using the power of time comes with a cost. Always. It's something that's been a thorn in my side as well. Oh, and another thing I should thank you for. My dream began to flow once again. On the day I ventured out to the edge and wished upon a star, I thought my dream to have ceased there, never to flow again. I would have wished for something completely different had I had a chance to wish again, but I believed my only chance spent. A star. I don't understand why, but a mere mention of it suddenly brought back the memories of that star I saw when I made the pact with the sinners. I used to think that the star could never be linked again, that I could never turn back time. Vile men like myself know that when their dreams come to an end, when there's no path left for the dream to go. But I was wrong. There it was, something rewinding time right before my eyes in a way that I could not fathom. Well, it is my current hypothesis that you're not actually rewinding time, but a potential is a potential still. And that distortion that rips time is another proof that I do not know all there is to know about time. Not yet. So my dream, once still as a lake, has become wild as a rushing river once again. Your indifferent and unafraid attitude toward time, it also left me an impression. I think day after day about how uncaring the nature of time is. That it will continue to drift on and on and on even after my death. And I think about how that's so terrifying. I'm afraid of death, yes, but I'm not interested in researching immortality. The flow of time is equivalent to a constant change. Those who dare tread upon the road of illusion from death and annihilation shall soon find themselves before another wall of what they had sought to flee from in the first place. What must one do to stem the change when the nature of perpetual change itself is tied to an immutable thing like the flow of time? One must stop time itself, of course. Yes, indeed. Therein lies the conundrum. Until time itself ceases to move, all change eventually becomes a great flow. I'm having trouble following your train of thought. Dante says that they are having trouble following your train of thought. Oh, apologies. I must have been thinking out loud. You must understand how someone might forget who they're talking to when the listener has nothing to say in response but intermittent ticks and talks. I suppose all that was probably too much for a manager of an upstart business to understand, yes? Does this conclude the business of the 10 billion on-time tax? You're all exempt. Can you imagine what would have happened if a place like this for you to solve didn't exist? Can you believe that you almost had to live the rest of your life stretching a measly 4 hours over an entire day? Unbelievable. A little nap and you'd wake up 2 whole days later. Well, that is, if the 4-hour daily minimum time policy even applied to you. Yes, that is difficult to believe, but I understand. Then... Oh, almost slipped my mind. Remember that purchase catalog the Limbus company handed me? That moth in there really caught my eye. I'd like to purchase them. As many as you have in stock. Wait, what? Cheers, that's a sale made. It was really pricey too. Who knows, maybe this will get you that commendation or whatever it is. Understood. Your intent to purchase will be relayed. The monolith? What are you planning to... Oh, wait. The monolith? What are you planning to do with... It's a secret. Things yet to be realized must remain shrouded in hearts under this starless sky. Let's go, Mai. Yes, Director Hubert. This company is growing increasingly bizarre, Miss Faust. Not only are we providing distortion management service, but also dipping our feet into the sales of artifacts like the monolith. I don't believe that the monoliths should be so easily bought or sold. I see them as something we must retrieve, not put up for sale. You do understand the ramifications of selling artifacts that could force a distortion, I trust. The world is aplenty with technology capable of maiming or soldering a fellow human. Not all those have started with intent to do harm. But in fact, most of them have begun as an altruistic project for the betterment of mankind. In other words, it depends. Do you really believe this to be a matter that you can just brush aside with Virgilius? You know my place, yours as well. You are aware that we are not provided the luxury of choice. We will both reach what each of us desire. That is a guarantee. Fine. With that peculiar exchange between Faust and Virgilius, the bus sets off on another journey. Oh, you're framing it already? Ever since we returned to the bus, Rhodia was busily moving between the sinners, excitedly talking to them about whatever subject they were interested in. Quite. And so this achievement has been memorialized for all eternity to come. Do you intend to put it up for display? In her hands was the article we were featured in. Don Quixote dedicated considerable time and effort to meticulously ironing out the creases, putting it with a thin film and displaying it carefully in a frame. We could barely tell it was her due to the blurring, but she appeared so happy to be a part of the photograph. Much do I desire to hang it there for all to see, but this doth carry great meaning. Indeed, it's my very first accomplishment. As shall I place it in my chamber for safekeeping. Boy, you're really stoked about a shaky picture of yourself, huh? Don't be a buzzkill, darling. Chiquita's happy about it, and that's what matters, right? It matters not, for this is a signifier of our achievements. Yeah, our achievement. Our achievement. Ha! Rhodia was laughing and cheering along with her as though nothing had happened. But it's never been so clear that this cheeriness was all an act, and I think that pained my heart. Yet, I was powerless to do anything about it. The most I could do was to clear the air and hopefully divert their attention to something else. Faust, can you ask Virgilius where we're headed next? Virgilius, Dante asks. At least when we were talking about our next destination, the past seems to become a blur, even for a moment. That was the intent behind my question. Yes. I've come to realize that it is about time the manager asked me for some information regarding our next destination. Lucky, I was right. The subject of our next destination was enough to divert the sinners' attention. They all fell silent in anticipation. Our next destination? Too bad I got more than I bargained for. Is to a warp train, Date. Oh no! I didn't just clear the air. That statement alone caused a whole storm among the sinners. Well...
피 분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼.
Ba-da-ba. Now let's see. I should be able to do that in within however much time. So I'll just change the title right now. Yeah, because I am at least hoping that I'll be able to do all of Intervallo 4 then. Now, right, I think we can conclude our consultation session here. I've been holding regular consultations with the sinners for a while now. My session with Heathcliff ended earlier than I'd expected. So, when are you writing in that notebook? Oh, this? I thought writing him down could come in handy later, in case I had to remember something. Heathcliff's been holding that notebook in his hands ever since his session started. It didn't seem like he was making a full record of our entire conversation. It was more like he was writing things down if they seemed worthy of remembering. Are you writing about Catherine? Won't deny that that's a part of it. His expression becomes inscrutably complex upon hearing her name. He breathes in a lungful of air and lets out a deep sigh. He smiles awkwardly before sliding his notebook across the desk in my direction. I take a quick glance at the pages. Its contents are as disorganized and chaotic as his handwriting. But I also notice that several of those disorganized notes are records of his memories with Catherine, scribbled next to notes of significant moments in our journey. Records of memories he doesn't want to lose. Well, it ain't nothing important. Right, if we're done here, I'm off. Heathcliff takes the notebook and leaves the room. I catch a glimpse of his bitter expression as he steps through the doorway. It isn't long before Rhodia practically bursts through the door. Hey, saw Heathcliff leaving the room just now. I thought it was my turn. That was a pretty quick meeting, huh? We didn't really talk about much. I don't know about what's gone into him lately. He's been so tame. Well, I'm not complaining. Why don't you take a seat, Rhodia? Rhodia hummed cheerfully as she sat down. She really didn't seem too different from her usual self. Our consultations usually consisted of some minor chit-chat and watching her munch on some snacks, but... Hey, so, I think there's something we have to talk about today. Oh, you're so serious today. What's up? Do you remember what you asked me when we were dealing with the case of Timekilling Time, Rhodia? I don't know. What did I say? A lot. Rhodia carefully looks away, her fingers fiddling with the snacks prepared for these consultations. I'm starting to grow uncertain whether this is a good time to bring this up when she's still so obviously evasive about it. I really don't want the mood to get as frosty as it did during the investigation. But this overly chipper, chatty attitude is just a bandage haphazardly pulled over a scar that still hurts, isn't it? I sit there looking at Rhodia and her fabricated smile. I have to ask. Yeah, this is exactly what these consultations are for. What better time to do this than now? I'm talking about the time you asked me about Sonia. About what would have happened if you... The alarm had to choose this precise moment, when I finally gathered enough courage to bring this up, to go off. Wait, that was... I reflexively get to my feet at the blaring alarm. A few seconds later, I hear someone tapping on the bus PA system. And not long after that, a brief bzzz plays from the speaker installed in my room. Testing, announcing from the driver's seat, all units taking R&R on the bus must assemble in the hallway ASAP. I repeat, all units taking R&R on the bus. Driver's seat, current seat. Stop pulling me! I am in the process of relaying a very important announcement. Stop getting in the way between Karin and Mephi. Fergalius' deep sigh was the last thing we heard from the bus's PA system before Karin and Otis's brief squabble came to an abrupt end. My, and who backdoor singing? That's what the alarm usually means, right? Let's see. I'm gonna guess that this one's up for a refraction railway. Bleh, not a fan of those railways. They're so exhausting. Rhodia grumbles for a moment before rising from her seat. Kinda seems like she's trying to smoothly maneuver away from answering my question. What you standing around for, Dante? Come on, aren't you going to see what's going on? Yeah, I'm coming. I leave my empty consultation notes behind and follow Rhodia out to the hallway. Out to a very crowded hall. Out to a very crowded hallway. Thanks for the follow, Soap541. The murmur rises and rises. The sinners were each sharing their ideas as to what this alarm might be for. It's got to be the refraction railway this time, right? Yep, line 4 most likely. Huh. This is gonna suck, isn't it? Attention! The executive manager has arrived. I have assembled your forces already in a timely manner. Thanks. Welcome, Dante. I heard the radio. Is it a refraction railway this time? Yes, the 4th line of the refraction railway, to be exact. Hey, I think they're getting used to this. Whoa. What the hell are we going in? There's a hearkening When the hell? It appears that she's requesting information pertinent to our schedule regarding our entry to the railway. To be exact, I think she's asking, when the hell are we going in? Ryoshu had been listening with a knitted brow as each sinner hazarded their guesses appeared to have finally found peace. Sinclair was right on the money. Hey, at least Gregor and the song got half of that right, too. The bus alarms weren't the only things growing increasingly familiar to us. Listeners were really getting to know one another as well. Well, let's go check it out right now. And I shall open the gates. The door opens with a creak and a bright blue light fills my vision. The blue ambiance almost seems to drop the temperature of the entire room. Another railway line, completely different from line 3 in its orange hue, which I have never seen, because I was too late for all that. Oh well. Major Esquire, behold, these curtains, these masks, I say, visions of party lay before us, forsooth. Masks? I followed Don Quixote, who had run off on her own again, with my eyes. It was as she said. The walls were lined with various masks, each wearing different expressions. I wonder if this has something to do with the theme of enemies we are about to meet here. Oh, easy hither, one and all. There's a woman, her appearance a spitting image of Lady Otis. What? There was urgency in her voice. I quickly ran to where Don Quixote was with the other sinners in tow. And there she was, an exact copy of Otis standing before us. I fucking hate those fucking things. I hope this isn't anything serious. Oh, she wasn't kidding. I hope this isn't a lure left behind by an abnormality or something like that. Oh yeah. How about we don't tempt fate, lad? But she's quiet, unlike Otis, and shrouded in a weird shadow. Oh, look, here's one that looks just like me. Young Louis stood next to a humanoid shape that mimicked every move he made. When he raised his hands, the shape raised its hands. When he closed his eyes, the shape closed its eyes. Right, almost like a shadow with the darkness and its mimicry. Wait, that looks like one of Honglu's identities. I noticed 3 more humanoid shadows standing nearby. What on earth is going on? We'd be much better off if they were some byproduct of an abnormality, or if they are clones. You must move swiftly to exterminate them, Executive Manager. I request that you immediately order us to prepare for battle. Give me a sec, I'll ask Cass first if... No, you must make a judgment call at this instant. If they are indeed clones, then the head will... This isn't the first time she's asked to make a decision like this, but... She's never been this serious or adamant about it before. His song noticed the tension quickly stepped in between the two of us. It's fast. Will you kindly share what you know of this phenomenon? Yes, this entity is not a clone. Therefore, even if a week were to pass, the head will not mobilize. Cass nodded sagely, as though she had just learned something new, before looking in my direction. Right, she probably wants me to explain what this is. I quickly blurted out the first thing that came to my mind. That one feels like a peculum. I wasn't completely sure, but that's the feeling I've still grown used to sensing whenever we encountered the peculum. Peculum. It's blindly mimicking whatever Honglu is doing. I'm not sure if it has much or anything in the way of consciousness or ego. Doesn't look like a one-to-one copy of him either. Please be calm yourself, Miss Otis. It appears that Aunt has unnerved you. Otis bows, embarrassment apparent, but her head cleared with relief. My deepest apologies, Executive Manager. I should not have acted in such an unsightly manner before you. Clearly, I still have a lot to learn about the sinners. Every instance of these moments seemed to unveil something new. I was trying to get a better read on Otis's expression when Heathcliff suddenly asked a question out loud. I thought them Picatula are supposed to look like monsters, isn't it? The distortions and the Picatula must not be judged on a reference based on common sense, such as their physical appearance. But do you think we can handle them? Oh yeah, they're going to swarm us like they did at the manor, or if they manage to somehow copy Vergilius, that's going to be a problem. Recall the railways of refraction we have suffered ere this one's arrival. It should not present before us a foe we cannot defeat. Yet the process shall be as grueling as it always has been, I suspect. House is aware that this entity is the Picatulum of Envy, Picatulum Invidiae. Considering the strength of the Picatula we have faced thus far, it is unlikely that we will encounter enemies too far beyond our ability to defeat. The lack of precise tiered labeling system means that it is difficult for one to make a subjective judgment. Speaking of which, what's ETA on the new risk levels and classifications for the Picatula and distortions? The LCD has informed us that they have made significant progress regarding that project. It is likely that further details will be shared once they become more concrete. Ah, that's good to know. Oops, looks like the Picatula are running away all of a sudden. As we stood there talking to one another, a Picatulum that resembles Hong Lu suddenly shoved him to the side and began sprinting elsewhere. The hell, mate? Don't just sit there and gawk at them when they're all legging it. Heathcliff was also sprinted after the figure, but he soon came to a sudden stop before starting to slowly back away. Oh, blimey. A subway train slides into the platform with a loud horn. Past the windows I see a subway car filled to the brim with purple shadows. Shadows in the shape of the sinners. Huh, that's a lot of them. I think I recognize like 3 shadows that look just like me. That ridiculous sight was enough to stop us all dead in our tracks, allowing the Picatulum to board the subway car, and the door shut behind him. I sense naught in the way of disquietude from this refraction railway. Oh, there's another one coming this way. As soon as the subway train carrying the Picatula leaves the station, a new one begins to roll in. To my relief, this one doesn't look like it's packed to the brim with shadow people. But what is that? There are curtains and masks? I don't remember seeing anything like that on the last railways we challenged. How uninspired. Hey, I didn't notice it earlier because of all that mess with clones and everything, but doesn't that train look much more elaborate than what we've seen before? Right. It's adorned with all kinds of decorations. Just as the sinners were gawking at the ostentatiousness that was this train, something burst forth from the train corridor. Did that thing just roll out a carpet for us? It's like something's inviting us in there. I ill like such manner of invitation. I agreed with the song. This isn't an invitation I'm happy to jump at, but I'm sure we'll face even worse things in our journey. I'll take every chance we get to strengthen the sinners. Let's go. I took my first steps onto the carpet and boarded the subway train. Alright. And of course I already did that, so instead, time for this. Alright, how did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P Corp, and got into our fancy first-class flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P Corp after a quick blink of an eye. But I shall bring the mic closer so that I can actually speak less loudly for ease of my voice. Because I don't know how long this is going to take. At least there is no dungeon for this one. Yeah, there's no dungeon for this one. That's fine. Dante, please respond. There's... The first thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we are now stranded in some lost, unknown dimension. Dante, I understand your considerable degree of disorientation, but... What the hell happened? First things first. Let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. It is our next destination is to a warp train, Dante. What? Yep, that's where it all started. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Verily, I must have misheard. I'm quite certain you didn't, Quixote. We are now en route to the T-Corp warp train station. What? Warp train station must have some conundrum that must be resolved there, indeed. A quest that must be swiftly addressed at the station, yes? Did a distortion pop up at one of the warp platforms or something? I see that you are now significantly less disinclined to take on some side jobs, but no. We are boarding the warp train to get to P Corp. End of story. There's nothing between the lines, so don't try reading into it. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we're actually taking that train. Through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful, I've been sharing more of these as of late. Though I have very dim, if present at all, recollections from the time during which I wear the identities. It can be determined from the conversational records between the manager and the identities that the mechanisms behind warp train's operations can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and inefficient. Yeah, it's a 10-second trip that actually takes a long time, right? And when the train reaches its destination, they just wipe the passengers' memories. I also heard that the passengers get so tired and weary that they start literally ripping and tearing into one another. Sounds like I might finally have a chance to see the masterpiece with my own eyes. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identities, memories, or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that, due to the risks associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. Oh. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes shared with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But, maybe ignorance really is bliss. Your alarmed response and possible compliance have already been accounted for. Lady Faust? Then thou hast known this all along? Wherefore hast thou not deigned to tell me of all of this? Faust has indeed known this all along, as no knowledge is out of Faust's reach. As expected, a solution to your dilemma has already been prepared. I seriously doubt your solution involves not getting on the train. So what is it? Bus. What about this bus? There's no way this thing fits inside a train car. Charon vetoes too. No one to feed Mephi when Charon's gone. Miss Faust. The rearmost tail cars of warp trains are all freight cars. That is where Mephistopheles will be safely fastened and transported. And the LCB will have the benefit of boarding as first-class passengers. A bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarmed response from earlier. First-class passengers? What, the seats for those pompous toffs? Even on normal trains, you've got those sods whose proudest accomplishment in life is planting their arses in first-class seats, while others are cramming themselves into freight cars because they haven't the cash for even an economy ticket. Hey, don't look at me. I've never been in one of those first-class seats before either. Isn't the ticket for a single first-class seat like as expensive as 3 to 4 months the salary of a first-year wing employee? Can our budget really handle getting a ticket for all that? The company's budget is not a subject that warrants your concern. I heard first-class passengers get some cool bonus stuff like personalized private capsules or something, don't they? That is the promotional language, yes. They are flash-freeze hibernation capsules, to be precise. They have been designed to as easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for warp train to travel from point A to point B. Their trip will be over in the blink of an eye for the passengers. The company's regard for our well-being is unfamiliar yet welcome. To be provided such extravagance merely for our comfort, such occurrences quite seldom. Right? I honestly thought they were going to slip just Guide and Charon into the first-class seats and ship the rest of us in the economy cars. This seems like an unnecessary luxury. They should have saved their budget and given only the executive manager and their loyal advisor access to those seats. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're taking the train to get to our next mission, right? Alright? We have to think about the unique nature of warp trains and prepare ourselves accordingly. Right? I know it's the first class and all, but the warp trains are just plain creepy. I knew you'd also be worried about. For example, economy passengers are going to have a hard time getting into a first class car. You can't even attempt to open it, I mean. I'm pretty sure the doors separating the cars is ironclad. Ishmael, who had been holding that first-class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was turning on with fire in her eyes. We won't even have to lift a finger. We just have to board the train, get into our capsules, shut our eyes, and snooze through the entire ride till all that mess in the other cars blows over. I heard they used to give out commemorative merch back when their finances were in the gutter, and Oh. A true adventure is not without its hardships, yet even the most exalted of heroes cannot venture without respite. And in very rare occasions, a hero may even deign to select a first-class seat to rest in place of a quaint inn. Indeed, indeed. It seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant they could ride in the first-class seats. I will board the train if I must. Is first-class seating mandatory? I prefer the scenic route. Don't want to miss out on all the fun. Vergilius pretended to not hear Ryoshi's question. Very well, then I assume that we are all in agreement. Let's go. I have a matter of great import to discuss with thee. What is it? Out with it, lad. Being around the bush ain't like you. Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice. That is, in the first-class seats. I have heard tell we must board it with our feet freed from our boots. Does that claim hold water? Oh, come on now. What kind of nonsense gossip is this coming from this time? There's no gossip. Forsooth, I have overheard aught from those who have walked past here today, and when one of them inquired, you know that you gotta go barefoot in first class, right? The other responded with, of course, man. What am I, stupid? Doth the traveler speak true, Ishmael? Don't ask me. I've never been on one of those either. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the pamphlet. Give me a sec. I mustn't be separated from Rocinante, not even for a second. Not even for a twinkle. I shan't toss Rocinante to the side next to such vulgarities like the ugly shoes of Sir Heathcliff. What? Oi, you little... I implore thee, O illustrious red gaze, prithee grant me thy permission and allow me to board with Rocinante. I expected Vergilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff. Contrary to my expectations, however, he responded in a somewhat serious tone, if tainted by that familiar annoyance. Fine, keep your shoes on. Huh. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Aha, so this is... Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them? I've got nothing. Oi, know anything about what they're asking? Heathcliff asked, gesturing toward Mersault with his chin. Every warp train station has been built with a general design philosophy that draws from their respective nests' architectural idiosyncrasies. It can also be said that many critics in relevant fields praise the warp train stations as one of the many cultural cornerstones of the city. I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Mersault like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Mersault. Young Mersault. Hello, is that passenger over yonder one from the west? Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominant fashion trends often visible in the outfits of the western population, while that individual's cloth-based style is somewhat ubiquitously observed throughout the population of north and south. They are largely considered to be an eastern fashion trend, rarely seen among western. Prithee, slow thyself, for I must make a record of thy lectures. What wisdom dost thou have to impart regarding the fashion of the northern region? I have once espied in a magazine that they are garbed in puffy, loose-fitting outfits, understandably so given the colder climate of the region. An opportunity for a first-hand observation stands before you. Oh! Ah! Nani? 3 seconds of a screaming duet. One of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. What the shit? Nearly blew out my eardrums. You're the one to talk. Dude, I've got an audible frequency range expansion implanted in my eardrums. Holy shit, man. Now get the hell out of my way. You're blocking the walkway like a ragtag band of hicks who's never even seen a warp train before. Damn it, I take the train all the way here for an expedition, only to lose my target. Now these assholes are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great. Just great. I love this. Guys, is it that obvious that we've never been on a warp train before? And the round trip ticket fee came straight out of my damn pocket. Oh. Watch out, big fella. Someone might get seriously hurt if you keep swinging those forearms around, each holding a weapon to boot. Prithee, wilt thou stand still for but a moment to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding thy outfit? Oh, yes, yes. Stand in absolute stillness for 5 minutes and I... Seriously? The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform. Ah, indeed, 'tis grand, the city of sundry odd personalities. I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing. I guess there really are a lot of people in the city with full-body prosthetics. That's when Vergilius slowly walked up to our group. Well then, we'll rendezvous at the destination. Huh? What the illustrious Red Gaze not ride alongside us? W Corp policy demands that fixers bestowed with the color title must board a train specially prepared for them instead. Oh, are you like riding the first class plus or something? That's a color fixer for you, I guess. A special treatment from the wings, no matter where he goes. Karn wants to go back to Mephi. Mephi will be lonely. I've told you before, Karn, 3 separate times actually, each time I brought you one of those candies, that people aren't allowed aboard the freight cars. Then, Miss Faust. Yes, Vergilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Karn away. Dante, let us proceed this way. And we followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our train car. Damn. Whoa, hey, our colors are starting to come back. Oh, hey, these must be the fabled complimentary food and drink with the first class seats. Heck yeah, of course. Quality stuff like these gotta be included with that insane pricing. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash. Are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe? Please elaborate on your exact definition of safe. That's not a good response. These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that? A flash freeze hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by rapid cellular cryopreservation process. However, the rapidity of the process prevents damages to your cells during the phase change. Therefore, in all cases, this will not cause any issues. Faust is aware that this model has fully resolved cell membrane breaching issues caused by cryogenic density change or by ice crystal growths of water molecules. I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right? Yes, as far as Faust is aware, even if an issue were to arise during the journey, because everyone will be reverted to their states at the beginning of the train trip upon arrival. There won't be any lasting complications from the said problem. You've got some real talent in dragging out something so simple as, yeah, it's safe, to so many words. Seriously. Indeed, as the Faust's talents are not limited to a singular field. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong? As a general rule, Faust is not air. However, Faust is also not a divine being. There are certain information in the world that Faust is yet to have access to. Therefore, while Faust may speak the facts, what is said may not always align with the truth. Okay, they don't call first class for nothing, I guess. P-Corp's way up there in the northernmost corner of the city, but this thing will take us there in the blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, hoo-ha! Prepare thyself, Hooknut. Thus begins the long jaunt. Oh, I've been meaning to ask Don Quixote. Do you ever, wash those shoes? Where'd that come from, Rhodia? Though, I mean, like, think back to when we were inside that whale. When that whale blew up, we got all kinds of gross, slimy bits on us. They were on our clothes, our shoes, everything. Yeah. And do you remember how much we had to scrub to get that bloody, fishy, fleshy gunk out of our clothes? This really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah. Right? And do you also remember how Don Quixote never took her shoes off once during that whole ordeal? Okay, I guess they do look a bit filthy. I see, dear compatriots. Hast thou ever witnessed an errant knight who leaves the side of their beloved steed? Can't say I've ever witnessed a knight before, though. Then thou shalt know, start now. Behold it, hearken to it, and remember it well. If they don't spare us even a moment of quiet, do they? Oh, have you been on one of these, Otis? I have been treated to premium VIP seats of similar grandiosity back when. This is nothing to fuss over. Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question. Hey, you're confident that no accidents ever occurred on one of these first-class cars, right, Faust? In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgivings among listeners, the history of accidents that has occurred aboard Warp trains will not be shared. That is going to put them not at ease. Wait, what the? Oh, I think we're leaving soon. This is for Warp Train PW612, bound for P Corp. Boarding period is ending soon. Listeners who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class car suddenly became a lot busier. And let's hurry and enter our capsules before it is too late. Oh no, why isn't this? The other sinners made it into their capsules no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling. Is it anxiety, Dante? I think so. Initiating warp in 10 minutes. Allow me to assist you. I sound as though you are leaning backhand. Bess expertly guided me into the capsule as though she'd done something like this before. Then press the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. Do not worry too much. We will meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Initiating warp. Please confirm that your seatbelts are firmly fastened. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. I had no idea then what she really meant by "we will meet again in but a moment." Dante, you must wake up, Dante. But one thing I knew for sure was an inconceivable situation has occurred. That something had seriously gone wrong. Well, here we go. You're here already? Oh, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. All really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Which, I suppose, is why it didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. No, we are not yet at our destination. Huh? When I finally came to, and after I had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again, and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So, this train is still running? Yes. Then, where are we? I believe we are currently stranded in an unidentified dimension. Coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive, deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see, but I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be a part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me about every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. This is all just a part of the plan, right, Faust? That was an unusually long silence from Faust. You are half correct, yet half correct. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information. She began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Oh, we're here already? Man, it really happened in the blink of an eye. No. Oh, what's this? We're here already? For real? Is it really happened in the blink of an eye? No. Oh, you're here already? I guess I really was worrying over... no. Oh, no. Yet I have not uttered a single word. There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions. Dante, I understand your confusion, however, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstances is necessary, and that brings us to the present. Let me get this right. This train's still running, and we're drifting through some unknown dimension. Oh, what about that strikes me as quite dramatic. Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew that this would happen, Faust? Yes. What the hell is wrong with you? Huh? The sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Vergilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about events in our path. What, are you insane? It's not like we can just retreat or jump out that door when stuff hits the fan. Opening the door will result in nearly immediate destruction of the physical body. But hey, Fal, at least you know... hey, Fal, at least you know what to do like you always do. You've got a plan, right? Right? Faust, whom I had rarely ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond. What's up with her? Asa looks totally out of it today. And she gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something inconceivable has happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over this situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it. And in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys? If you say so, I'll go along with it. Fine. I suppose losing my rag rarely ever did anything. Thank you. Then... after some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corp caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions, and decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious, repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by distortion. After multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. The distortions themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corp. Based on the available information, it can be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing. Passengers spirited away? Alas, such is an impossibility aboard these trains, is it not? That is the question for which we must discover the precise cause and effect of. Did W Corp share anything to get us started? That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about maintaining the secrets of their singularity. Maybe that's exactly why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this, now that I think about it. We wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a keycard with W Corp logo on it, before continuing with her explanations. However, we are given this master keycard that can open and close the hibernation capsules at will. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled, and safely complete the rest of the journey as we had planned from the beginning. These bloody wings. Every single one of them's been absolutely balmy. I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces. At least at T-Corp, their chief executive director tagged along as our assistant. Not to mention, kindly explained so many new things to us. It sounds like Miss Faust was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations, albeit with a sigh. I would have appreciated it if you at least gave us a hint. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. It's not like there's someone out there monitoring your every move and every word, right? That is... but not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece. Next time I will take your inputs into account. And that's everything I can do for her. It's an undeniable truth that Faust has disappointed the sinners with what she's done. But she is Faust after all. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of this situation. So what's next on our agenda? Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we gotta rot away for thousands of years inside this metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante. But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust? We must converse in a lower volume, Dante. Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety. My connection to the what now? Gesellschaft. Faust has been severed. What? I'm sorry, what? I cannot access Faust's knowledge at the moment. I guess I really was right about to be anxious. Well. So Faust is what she calls an external thing. Okay. Interesting. Well. Hold on, what the fuck? Huh. Oh. What do you mean you can't? I mean it in the most literal sense. My access to Faust's input and information, which has always been readily available, is completely severed. Oh, what if everything about this situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time? One cannot completely dismiss that possibility, but even that is uncertain. Every answer Faust has given me was always full of confidence and methodical expertise. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that it was this full of speculation and doubt. Then, Faust, you are... Yes, at this moment I am limited to operating only with my knowledge. I cannot discern the cause of this disconnection. More than enough precautions have likely been taken in case of interdimensional travel, but perhaps Faust did not take into account an occasion in which we may have to access an unidentified dimension such as this. Or, even if it was taken into account, this particular dimension may not yet have been subject to cross-observation. If that is not the case, then no, never mind. There was nothing that suggested that my connection to Faust would be lost, not even as we boarded the train. To be honest, this is a rather disagreeable situation for me. Well, I finished Timekilling Time, and now I'm starting on Murder on the Warp Express. I beat the Time Ripper in one attempt. Alright, for now. Also, since I've been reading everything aloud, I've decided to bring my mic closer and speak a little softer to make sure that my vocal cords don't get too bad that I have to put this in 2 different streams. Now that changes everything. I recalled the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay. This is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. Oh right, also, isn't this when I should start considering not using bleed? because of, you know, blood fiends. Hmm. Oh, I know. I know what this is. I spoiled it for myself right before I got to this stage. Blood fiends. As a manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. Oh, softer than usual. Not that soft. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Because if I were to try to talk that softly, I don't think I'd be able to make, you know, comprehensive words. I've tried before. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my clock, the sinners, and I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded. Understood. And to the sinners. The fact that we are currently confined to a warp train in operation must be a source of enough stress. I believe that sharing Faust's current state with them would add an unnecessary source of tension. What, so reckon this door ain't gonna do anything? We're all going to bite it once it opens? How many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down? A billion years in this box. Ha ha ha. Yeah, good idea. So, what now? Do we have to take a searching sweep around each car or something? In the grand scheme of things, yes. Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing. By A Corp's standard timescale, approximately 3 days have passed since our departure. Huh? As per the contract between Limbus Company and W Corp, I acquired the master keycard placed inside my capsule and adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days. 3 days, huh? I feel like I just blinked, and I guess that's hibernation for you. As you were all informed prior to boarding, there is no way for the economy class passengers to enter the first class car. That is why this place has remained untouched. However, cross-referencing my own deductions and W Corp's rather fragmentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economy class cars. The part where they thrash the shite out of one another, turn their limbs off, all that mess? No, I doubt that. I don't think it gets that bad in just 3 days. Besides, that's supposed to be business as usual for W Corp, right? There must be something else that's out of the ordinary that they want us to deal with. Precisely, in my opinion, it is... hold that thought for but a moment. Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled for her to be quiet. Dost thou hear aught as I do? Scratching, nay, rapping, forsooth, past his kit must be. As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face. It is possible that there must be... Lady Faust? After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought. Please step aside for a moment, Don Quixote. Would it be best if I observed it with my own eyes? With that, she produced the master keycard from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door. Well, hang on a moment. You're going to open the door? I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. But there are times in which a physical altercation is preferable to detached ruminations. Huh? My suggestion? Well, I ain't going to disagree with you there, but what's got into you, lass? After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it myself? After a brief mechanical beep, hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Well, it begins. Well, the passengers are all ready. Well.
좋아.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
그 오물을 다 죽어라. 연장 솜씨가 현란하죠.
선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이오?
기도. 실밥이 터졌나?
원더풀한 선택이었어 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
꽤 뚫려라. 맘.
예쁘네, 네 피분수. 예쁘네, 네 피분수.
Lady Faust. However similar in appearance they may have been to the passengers, verily, it is as though they were in complete want of sense, like people politified by the whale. Don Quixote hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against him. She hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies in the general area for information. You appear particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust. Huh, yeah. Aren't you usually the one who has all the answers while we're racking our brains trying to come up with something? Listeners were starting to feel that there's something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust. Don Quixote. They are not dead. Huh? Observe closer. The parts are all tethered to one another by something, are they not? Oh. It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space. Therefore, it follows that the connections that tether bodies to life and away from death remain intact. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what did I say? We got this. Huh? What is that about? Oh, nothing. But I had forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. The flow of time has ceased aboard a warp train, is it? Your song grew pensive, seeing that Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however short-lived. Albeit, would it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to the point where, to an extra-dimensional observer, it has slowed to a stop? What is your perspective regarding this suggestion? Yes, that is a most rational suggestion, you song. Did Miss Faust just get something wrong? Wow, you song sure is a time expert, right? Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're talking about it anyway? Gladly, if you would allow me. His song began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close. To speak in brevity, it can be said that death is not an element aboard this train. And, can you maybe speak in a little less brevity? To elaborate. Verily, this one's heart beats still. Don Quixote lowers her head and listens closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and shouts with relief. Their state is akin to an unassembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated. Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is at a state of, for all intents and purposes, eternal delay aboard this train, existence and continuance of moratorium. Forced they are to be tethered upon the thinnest yet tenacious thread of life. I ill understand what has been said here, yet they are not dead all the same, If their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is not impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger. Because, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession Double W Corp cleanup agent has come to be. I see, because someone will have to categorize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists. Ever seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of that word? Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, they'll all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned, though, through the W Corp entities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral than when I have to look at it in person. Phew, that is quite the auspicious news among ill tidings indeed. It soon clicked in me that what Faust was, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. The other Faust would not find it even necessary to do something like that. Dante. Huh? What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right? Indeed. I intend to collect further intelligence. Well, if there is anything I could tell you... Faust cast a dark gaze toward the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered. Are they distortions or abnormalities? Oh, yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that's for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable. An unclear sensation or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it. But I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the Picatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those. Is it difficult to be certain at the moment? Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess that Faust doesn't know. Faust may know, but I, at this moment, have no way of knowing. I feel like I should apologize for that. There's no need, Dante. Though the information you have provided me is rather ambiguous, it has helped me deduce something of worth. And collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Did she just smother herself with gore in her hands? Oh, finally the awakening has begun. Huh? Well then.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야.
Multi-crack office. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we opened the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion. Sounds like there are other survivors. Ah, passengers in danger. Worry not, for I have a route to... Ugh. Whoa, don't come any closer. Who the hell are you guys? A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently stopped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away. Right, like you gave me any warning before you practically kicked that door open. Would you mind moving that huge sword out of our faces? It's a bit threatening. Threatening? I'm just trying to protect those civilians in this car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old-timer, huh? I thought those things went out of style forever ago. Oh, you want to see what this old-timer's got left in him? Thou art from the north, verily. That thy garb is that of northerners, no? This really ain't the time, lass. Anyways, it looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah? She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment. Nah, how do I trust you? Got any proof that you ain't bitten? Not gonna let all of my effort protecting this place go to waste. Bitten? Bloody hell are you talking about? Weird. You look completely lost. If you were in one of the economy cars, I'm sure you've seen... Hold on. Are y'all from the first class car? Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules. But none of you look very... I mean, aren't first class seats supposed to be... Well, why didn't you say so from the get-go? My name's Sasha. Multi-crack office rep. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass. Have you not left this car for the duration of the ride, Sasha? No, I haven't. We warped over to T-Corp after picking up one of their contracts, but jeez, can you believe that this train broke down? Shit, is it even broken? Not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. Thinks of some shady bullshit if you ask me. Can feel all that even in a prosthetic body? And how can I live without my favorite hobby, drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal? So I made sure to get high quality parts for him so I can still feel hungry and sleepy. Hasn't something else of note also occurred? You bet your ass did something else of note go down. How distracting. Is it hard for you to speak without being so hyper? Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that. Can't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetic arms in a fight, so I'm calibrating a new set. Gotta keep swinging them if I want him to sync up with the other parts anytime soon. Anywho, I don't know what the hell is going on, but people started turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden. I haven't a good goddamn clue as to who they are, but don't seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. I just stopped what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the civilians to this vacant car. 3,201 red cars, 3,202 red cars. You have decided to protect them despite the potential risk that they may transform as well. But of course, it is expected duty of any valorous fixer to stand guard in the front lines against evil that to protect the weak. I've been keeping a close eye on them for the last 3 days, and so far, zero transformations. Go past this car and you'll see what hell on earth really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way to the front of the train. So if you ask me, I'd wager that some shit went down there at one of the train cars in the back, and spread like wildfire till it reached here. I see, and that's all I can tell you about the situation. So, what's your story? Why do you rich first-class folks suddenly decide to grace us peasants with your presence? Nothing that's happening here could have made it to your swanky first-class cars, so what's your business down here? W Corp has hired us to solve this case. We are, fixers! Indeed, fixers. Thus nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration. Might as well say we're fixers. Huh, I got every single one of you a first-class ticket. Your office must be rolling in the dough. Wait a goddamn second, so W Corp already knew that this would happen? But, are you really contracted to a wing? Not sure if I trust ya. As you must be well aware yourself, contracts and contract fulfillment are of paramount importance for fixers. With that in mind, please recall that W Corp is one of the most secretive wings of the city. Ah, non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. I wouldn't want to deal with those Ophi boys either. Anyways, I'm still gonna have to ask for proof that you're actually contracted by W Corp. This is a master keycard given to us by W Corp. I believe that it can open most doors aboard this train. Best produced a master keycard from her pocket. Then I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp. Keycard. You use this to open the path between the first class and the economy class car. Let's see. W Corp logo. Wow. Nice materials. Looks like you're telling the truth. Alright, I will try. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. So, I guess you gotta go all the way down there for your job, huh? Yes. The fixer finally got out of our way. Then, with one of her free hands, pointed toward the opposite door. Well, it's your funeral, ladies and gents. I'm on your victory lap if you guys are really that good. Or your victory lap if you guys are really that good. Lots of luck to y'all. I thank thee for thy words of courage, Fixer Sasha. I shall trust thee with protection of this fortress. Prithee, protect the innocents in my stead. Bixis, are you a fixer? Are you going to save us from the monsters in the cars behind us? Oh? Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails. Aye, forsooth. Oh, are you a famous fixer? Forsooth, once again. Thou mayest know me as a profoundly illustrious fixer. Oh, I want to be a fixer too, just like you. Don't pester the lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter and... Worry not thyself, 'tis no bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming a fixer thyself, little squire. It is fortunate that someone like you yourself is aboard the train. Your presence ensured the child's survival. What you're talking about all of a sudden? Come on, no need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work. I'm just here to collect some sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something or what? I see. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what you just said. Didn't know you could be like that, Faust. Like, what? He knew there was no way the Fixer was actually there to protect him out of pure goodwill. He decided to go along with Don Quixote's delusions anyway. Am I right? And good move. I was getting worried about what might happen if she started acting out again. You saw that twinkle in her eyes, too, right? Don Quixote's always been energetic, but she's been especially bouncy today. Eyes. I strode toward Sasha with a question. I have one last thing to inquire. It'll be 30k on for inquiry. That is quite an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us. Have you considered the possibility that once our contract is successfully completed, we could include references to a particularly cooperative associate office in our report to W Corp? Oh, whoa, you serious? Well then, let me hear it. Are the eyes of the monsters you face red by any chance? Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment, but upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered. Oh, I don't know. Those monsters were red all over, but is there something special about their eye color? Well, for one, my prosthetic eye is red. That passenger over there's got red eyes, and oh, you there, that lady with the big sword's also got red eyes. What, is someone out there paying cash for info on red eyes or something? No, well, it was a question of no significance. Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. Well, it was just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Well, time for a fight. Next time, huh? Well.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Well.
자, 동료들이여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
기도가
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 확실히 처리해야 합니다. 꿰뚫려라! 완전 프레스 선택이었어, 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군!
실밥이 터졌나?
좋아.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 떨거진 잘라낸 아류산 표평열 80 갈라지도록 쏟아내라.
예쁘네. 네 피분수. 예쁘네. 네 피분수.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다. 어떤 상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세라. 저들의 공격은 우리의 토지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
기도가
기회를 잡았네. 피청이는 저자를 꺾어 넘긴다면 저들의 사기가 떨어질 것이 뻔하지. 돌격
그대로
걱정은
무너져.
하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
불길 속으로
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요. 무기를 만드는 것만큼과 드디어
불길
하나가
속으로.
왔네요. 산토류 경혈 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간.
좋아.
예쁘네. 네 피분수.
완벽한 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군. 약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 총기법도 익숙해지셨네요. 떨거지는 잘라낸다.
이제야 완성되었나?
예쁘네. 네 피분수.
끄끌리고 쏟아내. 쏟아내.
Oh, battling in a narrow hallway really takes a lot out of you. Too bad. Making big movements when there's not a lot of room to move around in takes more energy than you might think, especially for people like us who use longer weapons. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear down the sinners. What are these things, Faust? I've been wondering that too. Why are you so tight-lipped about all of a sudden? Those entities are... What do you think those entities are? Huh? Didn't I just ask you the same question? Oh no, are you giving us a chance to come up with our own answers first? Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of interpreting her silence in his own fashion. There were some things I learned after fighting them, I think. These monsters aren't mad at us, nor they want to attack us because we're an obstacle. That's not why they're attacking us. Quite, it is apparent that they hunger for art, charging at anyone and anything in a desperate quest of it. Right, that's strange though. I thought hunger or thirst wasn't a thing about these trains. It could be determined that from the entity's attack patterns that their offensives were not based on rational thought. The source of this behavior can only be traced back to primal aggressiveness. Sand? Was there anything else? Anything else? Oh yeah. I think they all had red eyes. Their bodies wreathed in blankets of red. I smelled blood, so that's likely what they're made of. Then it must be that the red was congealed. Nay, crystallized blood. Thank you all. Your input has all been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. But what did you learn from that? We are in luck, Dante. I've read upon this subject as a tangent while perusing information regarding our next destination. Movements before we boarded the train. And while that will be a useful element in resolving this situation, the sinners have also been a very good source of intelligence when it came to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean you know what to do to blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said with absolute certainty at the moment. However, this will be a good place for us to start. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners. I will now present before you a solution to this predicament. Huh? Is there something else we gotta do other than beating the crap out of whatever's in our way? That will not change now. However, that what I am about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corp's contract. And provide us with the possible means of finding the method by which we may complete it. It is very likely that the entity behind the incidents on this train, and by extension every incident of the same nature that has occurred in previous warp train trips, is a blood fiend. Well.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼.
카니발 타임.
Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend? Blood fiend? What in the name of wings is that? Huh, you of all people haven't heard of blood fiends. Thought you were our team expert on obscure lore. Verily, I have not once heard mention of these blood fiends. Perchance I have let a magazine article slip from my memory. Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very word sounded alien to her. I thought they were just monsters in stories to scare children at night. They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right? Oh, that sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard their fear of garlic and sunlight is just a rumor, and what they're really afraid of is water. I have been briefed on the existence of blood fiends in the past, when I served as the commanding officer, and I have seen the dregs that they command. Though my memory isn't very clear, I am quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen. I've seen one who called themselves the Blood Fiend among the ranks of the Fingers, but the things that Blood Fiend commanded weren't like these rubber-textured ones. There's something off about this one. That one didn't spawn these dregs with abandon like this. But aren't you supposed to know this already? Yes, I see that some sinners have encountered blood fiends in the past. A long-winded explanation, it seems unnecessary. As many of you have stated thus far, the entities we face in this train do not appear to be blood fiends. In a sense, they are drag-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. They are referred to as blood bags among relevant parties, according to information I am aware of. Ugh, not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone blood bags? As it has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to disappear aboard warp trains under normal circumstances. Though our reserve of intelligence regarding warp trains, or W Corp, is vast, if incomplete, we could not find a possible exception to the above rule. Within that reserve of intelligence, however, I have discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equation allows for the formulation of a new hypothesis. Wait, you're saying that these blood fiends can completely erase people or passengers from existence? A more accurate descriptor would be to say that they are either dissolved or vaporized. Dissolved. No matter the degree of violence the passengers may indulge in, no matter how severe their wounds may be, the warp trains can revert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey. Among several interpretations of their violence involves cannibalization, of course. Ugh. However, as the passengers' collective time itself is in moratorium for the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process that should be active. In other words, even the devoured passengers could be reconstructed. If they are merely stuffed into the digestive tract, I suppose they could gut the passengers to retrieve the chewed-up chunks of other passengers and piece them back together via the vein-like things connecting each individual. However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are, by their nature, obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with the blood of their victims. and it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms. Wait, what? Didn't you just say that digestion is not a thing while we're on the train? If I were to continue my deductions, perhaps consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a fundamentally different process from our consumption of nutrients for energy. To them, blood is a culmination and entailment of something that forms the self, including but not limited to emotions, ambitions, wealth, purposes of existence. Then it must naturally follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process isolated from other biological processes, such as digestion. Well, I ain't following even half of that. You exist in moratoria of time at the present moment, Heathcliff, yet your emotions still persist, do they not? Anger, sorrow, and joy, they continue to spark within you. Well, I suppose they are, though we cannot tell whether they may be in a state of alteration, or whether they remain ensnared in the wheel of creation and destruction. It can be said that emotions, once past, exist not in continuation. The passengers will to live the worth of this very existence in which they thrive. Do they not all gently atrophy into non-existence, even amidst the ceased time? Miss Faust seeks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to blood fiends. Gotcha. So that's why she said their blood is vaporized, huh? If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate, which means they can't be pieced back together. There's no incongruence in that logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them, either. I would like to ask a few questions, if you would permit me. Your song was the first to break the silence. Could it be that said that blood bags are direct creations of blood fiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they? That information is inaccessible at the moment. Faust replies, avoiding Yusong's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. Yet sinners will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust, and that's something we both want to avoid. Inaccessible. Ah, indeed. Now I recall what you have said in the past. This is only a speculation, however. I assume that a form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we, who are likely the greatest obstacles to this entity's goal at the moment, would have been the first ones to be turned. Indeed. In that case, that villain of a blood fiend must be hiding out somewhere aboard this train. Indeed, if we are to believe that words of the fixture from earlier, then there is a high likelihood that the horde is advancing in this direction with the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train cars will lead us straight to the blood fiend. Very well. I shan't forsake this opportunity to bring peace to the souls of the innocent passengers who have perished by the villain's hands. Dante? It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated. The other sinners also seemed satisfied now that we had a clearer sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward, for now.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
합격점.
기대해라.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠. 건물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이오.
방금 움찔했수.
저기가 약점인 것 같아.
엎드리도록. 맘. 떨거지는 잘라낸다.
다 죽어라.
끈기로 때리시 벌써 끝.
추적하네.
무기를 만드는 건
낭마하지 않을
내가
것이네.
어머니보다 뛰어난
피를 흘리고 숨이 가빠져도
떨가
우위를 잡기
잘나는
때문이지.
병을 라샹. 괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
선물 포장을 그렇게 하면 어떡하오?
이건 모두를 실장에게 말해줄 것이오.
실밥이 터졌나? 너희의 무기 이 떨가 승리를 잘라낸다.
꿰뚫려라.
도구 잘못 챙겨갔잖아.
Yeah, my voice definitely will need a break after all this.
조금만 더 힘내라오. 마좀
승리를
선물
떨가
받을 친구들
잘라낸다.
떠올리시오.
고통은 금방이지만 기쁨은 오래 갈 것이오.
Because 5 hours so far
높이 솟아올라.
with a bunch of reading allowed, yeah.
이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지
Sheesh.
않게. 그리고 제2
I definitely have
품위도 잃지 않게 하자.
I definitely have at least 200 pulls of lunacy and tickets.
불로 정화하고
I am drinking water at times, yeah.
숨겨드려. 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세.
불길 속으로
우리를
Yeah, I'm glad that the cantos at least have voice acting.
모험을 향하여.
기대하라.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
연장 소스가 잘라라쥬. 선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이오. 여기 걸어다니는 노다지가 해롱해롱하고 있어.
불길 속으로
성질하라움.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
고귀하게.
실밥 터졌네. 맘.
Sheesh.
완성되었나.
와우. 벌써 재료를 저기까지 손대둔 것이오.
그
오늘 공장 일찍 문 닫을 수 있을 것 같지요.
불길 속으로
실밥이 터졌나? 괜찮은 공격이네요.
조평열 80.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
갈라지도록.
벌써 끝나가는
조금만 더 힘내라오. 마좀
떨가지
선물 받을
잘라낸다.
친구들 떠올리시오.
꿰뚫려라.
고통은 금방이지만 기쁨은 오래 갈 것이오.
완벽한 선택이었어 나리. 여기 보이는 게로군.
Well then.
점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요.
Manager Esquire, halt! And behold this poor fellow, he lives still. Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, and began sprinting somewhere. No, stay away from me, you monsters. Hey, man, we're not those monsters. You alright? Huh? He's a cleanup agent. That arm. You're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into some bug-like monster. No, this is... Gregor stumbled forwards before chuckling and casting his gaze toward the floor in disbelief. Yeah, well, no surprise there, I guess. I suppose there is no way to tell right away whether this arm is a monster or a prosthetic or whatnot. It is possible that you are mistaken due to his prosthetic being of an older, outdated make that is now rarely seen in the city. Ah, prosthetic. That's a relief. I thought those crazy bastards were trying to break in again. As you can see, my legs are messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here. What are the W Corp employees doing aboard this train? Ah, you're right. When we found out about the warp trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train. You're the contract fixers, right? We were ordered to assist you with your contract. I said we, but I'm not the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in that car over there, and... This cannot be. Faust, is there truly no way to cure the blood bags? My apologies. The access to that information is prohibited at this moment as well. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it. I may have been too reliant on Faust in too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this, either. And he also grown too used to Faust's omniscience, because I could always trust it to be there for me. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. When the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right answers? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke. Well, what can I do, right? The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever. They made good use of this space, and the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open. Sorry. Oh, what in the name of wings is this? Perchance thou hast hidden here a weapon most powerful, a weapon most feared by the blood fiends, that holds some resemblance to a capsule we saw on the first-class car. Why would that thing be here? A cleanup agent jumped into the pod that appeared in the wall. Phew, finally. What is it that thou seekest to do? W Corp prepared a small hibernation pod for employees in case of these emergencies. Fairly, then, good luck with the rest of the mission. Because he can't do jack shit, so there he goes. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair on the wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone. There he goes. He has departed the scene. We blankly stared at the wall the agency disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. Well.
훌륭한 전시회였어. 이걸 정리 시간이다. 두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만.
Yeah, I mean, I figured he didn't get it. He didn't even get a name.
불길 속으로.
설거지는 잘라낸다.
추잡하네.
그 오물을 가져가라.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요. 실밥이 터졌나?
조금만 더 힘내라오. 마좀 선물 받을 친구들을 떠올리시오.
고통은 금방이지만 지금은 오래 갈 것이오.
엎드리도록.
Alright.
합격장.
추잡하네.
조금만 더 힘내라오.
내가
마좀
어머니보다
선물
내
받을
눈에
친구들을
새겨주지.
떠올리시오.
고통은 금방이지만 지금은 오래 갈 것이오.
산소력형을 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간. 맘.
Might have even more by the time I'm done with Canto 7 for all I know. So, like, much more than, like, probably,
나리의 속 깊은 뜻을 본인이 헤아리기엔 쉽지 않나 보네.
how many stages does Canto 7 have? I know it has at least 30, so, probably, gonna have around 250 by the time of, I beat Canto 7. At least 250, at least. I mean,
앞으로 그런 어설픈 공격은 하지 마십시오. 적어도 제 앞에서는 채통을 실밥이 터졌나?
I am not going to be able to do the whole of Canto 7. At least,
벌써
not until the weekend.
맘. 카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어.
There's only 36 stages.
오늘따라
That's
한숨도
fine.
못 보인다. 누구 작품이든
불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
선물을 잔뜩 만들 수 있을 것 같음. 기쁘고 신나는 날이요.
Yeah, tomorrow, pretty much the rest of this week, I should actually have work. So,
그걸 그 무기로 때리시.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
so I won't really have as much time like I did with this, with all Intervallo 4, and quite a bit of Canto 6. So, so probably do indeed 2 streams of Canto 7. One on Saturday, one on Sunday. Which will give me a week and a half of Walpurgis. And of course,
점 찍었네.
not that much to do in terms of streaming after that. For Limbus at least. But that's fine.
좋아, 가져가라.
맘.
조금만 더 힘내라오. 마좀
불길
선물
속으로
받을 친구들을 떠올리시오.
고통은 금방이지만 지금은 오래 갈 것이오.
엄청나게 강한 일격을.
Yeah, of course I will.
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠.
Because I'll actually have time after this week.
실밥이 터졌나?
낙마하지 않을 것인데 승리로 이끌 실을 흘리고 숨이 가빠져와도
점찍은
우위를 점했기 때문이지. 엎드리도록.
자, 테디, 나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I'll be able to actually do the Walpurgis Night event, but
네 피부는
considering the very likely timeline that I can think of, I'll have plenty of time for it.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어.
정리 시간이다.
This one and then next one
어떤 상황이
for
닥쳐와도
combat, huh?
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Well, my luck hasn't really been that great with trying to get
꿰뚫려라.
what I want from the current banners, so I'm like, whatever. If I get them, if I get what I want, whatever. If I can't, then I'll just be grinding. At least for what I can grind for.
떨거지면 잘라낸다. 기도해라.
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠. 선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이요.
이번에 네 피분수
이제 끌고 가도 될 것 같음.
빨리 옮기시오.
떨거지면 잘라낸다. 너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
불길 속으로
쏟아내. 기도해라. 맘.
이번에 네 피분수
감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 해결해보는 게 연구적인 거지. 자, 너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌. 떨거지면 잘라낸다. 따뜻한
그 오물을 다 죽어라.
완벽한 선택이었어, 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
추잡하는
실밥이 터졌나?
조금만 더 힘내라오. 맞아. 선물 받을 친구들을 떠올리시오.
고통은 금방이지만 기쁨은 오래 갈 것이오.
꿰뚫려라. 괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Something caught my attention as the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat. Huh? Just now. We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo on it. Ah, 'tis the emblem of T-Corp. It appears that the wall covering it was, in the fierceness of our battle, broken. Didn't that chief executive guy, Hubert, right? And he offhandedly mentioned something about partnering with other wings. I guess they were in cahoots with W Corp too. Such collaborations are not limited to T Corp. It is often the case that a wing may work with another. It is only on rare occasions that they urgently request the assistance of less significant, lesser-known corporations such as our own Limbus company. Our choice appears to be quite irregular. It sounds like W Corp's heydays are long behind them, just like this wall that's falling apart, revealing what's behind. Oh, speaking of falling apart, this room sure got messed up, huh? It was difficult for me to ignore how Rhodia hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself. The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered in human remains indicate that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic-equipped fixers. I can't think about that right now. Let's deal with the task at hand first. Maybe these people are from the same office as that guy we met at the platform. Remember? He said he was warped over to T-Corp and on an expedition. Looks like it's almost like they're all wearing standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same model, everything. I believe I have read articles stating that certain offices do exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics. Wait, we were walking through the bloodied train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. He is the one we encountered at the platform. This is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us. And he said something about going to T-Corp on an expedition and failing. They brought a whole train car full of fixers for this contract? Guess he wasn't exaggerating by calling it an expedition. There are over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backup arms, perchance. Quite the strategy. Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs on this car. Executive Manager, this is likely an aftermath of a battle between the fixers and the blood bags. There were many similar cases during the war. Those using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle because they considered them to be disposable, as long as their wallets would permit. Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often led them to early graves. Maybe that's true. I see. There are multiple possible interpretations depending on one's perspective, despite the fact that there is but a single scene. I will remember both of your inputs. That's a good attitude. Employees with attitude like yours often made it to the end of the war. Yes, well, good for them. And Faust answers Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried. I am physically unharmed, yet... yes, I'm alright. However, I do not enjoy this circumstance which we find ourselves in. It is as though I am casting nets to nowhere, while lost and isolated in a blind sea. I could usually complete these deductions within moments after establishing a few basic cross-references between the accessible information. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying. I know what you mean. Feeling like you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after net over the black, rippleless lake, in desperate hopes that one of them might pull in something we could eat. No way to tell where we are. No way to tell if there's even anything to eat under that glassy water surface. Grasping at the straws, you know? The sense I find mired in is not unlike your own. It is like lying my back over an unseen grave, for the reflection of radiance upon my eyes and the sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory tells me not of the forging path. It seemed that Ishmael and Isang picked up on the first part of her sentence, however. They walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation. By the way, I don't ever recalling you talking like that, Faust. I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something different about you today, somehow. That is... Oh, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad to learn that you have had a softer side. This unseen side of yours. It is unfamiliar, yet quite fresh. Is that so? Pat's reply was curt. She closed her eyes. As per the information provided by the pamphlet at the platform, it is likely that this train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car. Because we are on the 11th car at the moment, that leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured. Which means that there is a high likelihood that we will soon encounter the Blood Fiend responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train. Just beyond that door. Well, how impressive could it be if its fodders are this weak? We practically smashed through their entire horde, no problem. A different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that a being capable of commanding a force as large as the blood bags we have defeated should be considered a high-risk entity. Although this is not common knowledge, there is a subcategory of fixers called Blood Fiend Hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting Blood Fiends. Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that Blood Fiends are difficult foes that require certain expertise to defeat. Now that I'm thinking about it, if blood bags are like Midas thralls to Blood Fiends, then they're kind of like their private army, right? A being of power who can create a force of their own without concern for lowered morale or desertion. Wartime or not, they will always make for formidable foes. The listeners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the Blood Fiend's strength, and all of a sudden, on this indecisive idleness. Our quest is to defeat the villain who hath brought such pain and misery upon this train, is it not? May be vaporizing the lifeblood of the innocent as we speak. Mighty or feeble, I care not. I swear upon mine honor that I shall smite this foe, and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now. Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, we have to deal with Blood Fiend to complete our contract. With that, I opened the door leading to the final car of this train. Well. The one who lords. Clear within 15 turns, huh? Oh. This room. What is with that look on thy faces? Thou standest in the audience of the prince. Where are thy obsequious smiles? He must be the Blood Fiend who caused this outbreak. He is our target. Fall to thy knees and grovel before royalty. Who the hell are you to make those demands? I shall impart this upon thee only once, so listen well. Thou mayst address me as Prince Cassetti, the 6th kindred, or kindred of the 6th generation, the rightful prince and refuge from his family. Art thou the villain who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel? Thou art a chatty one, so rudely before your prince, yet I am feeling generous, for I am quite sated at the moment. As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet for a feast most majestic. No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how much I devour them, humans just won't stop coming. I only enjoy what was cast into my maw. He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking. If we are really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't you take that mask off? Or are you unfamiliar with the basic etiquette? Oh, this mask won't come off. Can't take it off. Shouldn't take it off. There's no prince without the mask. They were so ugly behind the mask, so we all decided to hide how repulsive we've become. But once I've drunk your blood full, then it'll all go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself. Who stitched that mask to your face, skin? Not a half-bad job. Of course it's excellent, haha, because this mask was crafted by none other than the great and the eminent barber, whose name I dare not even speak. But it hurts so much. No, I'm smiling. Look how hard I'm smiling and laughing. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I am the prince. That's what I am. He's a bloody loon, innit? Alright, done with the ghouls then. I'll get ready for the beating of your life. I enjoy the things like you and your friends. Don't cry, bawling and bowing and snooping on the ground for your lives. And lunge at me instead, The aggression, the boiling blood. Oh, how I love the fire. What are you, daft? Look around. There are 13 of us and only one of you. Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers of this train into his blood bags. I ain't letting my guard down, but we blasted through so many blood bags we couldn't even keep count, didn't we? Couldn't even keep count. Oh, no, no. But the count is so important. We have to keep count of our visitors. Oh, yes, of course. I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do. You have no idea how powerful I am, and I shall not relinquish my throne to thee from this budding kingdom. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and the blood bags present themselves before me. There's no paradise like this out there. You have no idea what I did to create this place. Oh, how elated my forebearer kindreds would be, should they be here to witness what I have created. This cornucopia of abundance, this pleasure, oh, this freedom. But this kingdom is mine. I made it. I'm not giving it away. Nope. This is rather curious. It appears that this blood fiend leaves this car only on rare occasions. Yet we have seen signs of his insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far. And what he meant by how the blood bags present themselves before him has to be. Hold on a minute. Gah! A figure suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at the sudden outburst, terror apparent in his face. Ah, it is thee, by thee. Hast thou truly journeyed here to assist us in our quest? Lo, that villain is the blood fiend responsible for the tragedies that have transpired aboard this train. Help us slay that cur and eventually lead the passengers thou hast protected thus far out of this train. Blood fiends. What if there was more than a single blood fiend on board? One so capable of rational thought. Damn, you actually made it all the way back here? I guess the wings don't give out contracts to just anyone. This... yeah. I used to fight to my damnedest too. Till I was the last one standing. What's she talking about? But where did that leave me? In the end, I stood alone with nothing but a single one of these 4 arms left. Kind of funny how the perspective on life can just completely flip when you're really, really in the shit. I think my last thoughts were, man, I don't want to die. So I fell on my knees and pleaded. I told him that, Don Quixote, watch out! I'd do anything to live. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her great sword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust finished her sentence. Ah, well, what did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Didn't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me. I'm sorry, Lord Cassetti. Allow me to introduce my kindred to thee, to be the first of many since my escape, for the kingdom I intend to build. My kindred, my local squire, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I build a dynasty of my own, my family. Lord Cassetti, I have intended to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car, as you have commanded me, but the humans in my car were all weaklings, so I present before you this group from the first-class car. Kindred. Are you even aware of the exact nature of a kindred? Nah, but I can tell you this. When I accepted my lord's blood into my veins, it was as though I was reborn. I see. A blood fiend's kindred is like a sub-entity of the blood fiend, similar in concept to sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. It must have been desperation that drove you to accept that proposition without hesitation. Despite the lack of relevant information, maybe. That's probably what was going through my head before I became a kindred. But thou hast been in cohorts with this villain all this time, as his lackey? Even ere then, when we first laid our eyes upon thee? Lady, you have no idea how much I freaked out when one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not that it would have mattered if you did suspect me, though. This my red eye is just a prosthetic. Then, the passengers who were under thy protection, haven't I told you that the count matters? The longer the line, the better. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. Aww. My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was the blood fiend, but this, I really, really hoped that I wouldn't have to face this reality. Not like this. There was a child. Yep, little Runt wanted to be a fixer if she got to grow up. Good thing she won't, though. I could tell you on good authority that living as a blood bag is way better than the drudgery that is the life of a fixer. Believe me, I'd know. Poet's I filed tongue. Dreaming of becoming a famous, respected fixer, and an actor of justice? It's all just a stupid pipe dream that always ended in crushing disappointment, or a really, really early grave. Silence. Silence! Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Well, boss time.
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠. 건물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이오.
고귀하게.
꿰뚫려라.
예쁘네. 네 피부색.
그 오늘의
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 엎드리도록.
실밥이 터졌나?
너는 낙마하지 않을 것이네. 승리로 이끌 힘을 그리고 숨이 가빠져와도 결국 우위를 점했기 때문이지.
예쁘네. 네 피부색.
합격장.
Hold on. Ah. Unbelievable. My first kindred to be created without their authorization. Is this bumbling fool? I pray for your forgiveness, my parent. Be gone from my sight. At least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Yet it must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of his child. What a load of shit. For that, Cassetti reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground and... there we go. Ha. Oh, what abundance. I had nearly forgotten this sensation. An armor of hardened blood materialized over the blood fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl. It appears that he has empowered himself by reaping their blood. Though my power is yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of a parade for the prince who hath become a king. Wouldst thou agree? Yes, sir, yes you do, of course you do. Challenge me now, O rebels, challenge thy king.
잭 끌고 가도 될 것 같아.
빨리 용기 씨로.
내가 눈에 새겨주지. 너희의 목표. 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
점 찍었네.
다류산 초평열 80. 갈라지도록. 약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 총각도 익숙해지셨네요.
고귀하게.
Jesus.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 좀 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 참 빠지겠습니다.
점 찍었네.
기도.
자, 체리. 나를 따라해보는 거야. 짜잔.
않을 수 없네. 그곳사를 위해 연습적인 거지. 자, 달려라 루신한테. 정의는 승리한다.
무기를 만드는 것만큼
선물을
내가
잔뜩 만들 수
어머니를
있을 것 같음. 기쁘고 신나는 날이요.
Oh, was I not unmuted for that? I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, I'll be doing just that the next time he does something like that unclashable attack. Oh, he only does it once? Good. Would have been a bit annoying if he did it more than once.
산토류 경을 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이.
선물 포장을 그렇게 하면 어떡하오?
이건 도도로 실장에게 말해둘 것이오.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기한. 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
불길 속으로
추잡하네.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Good. Beat within 15 turns. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Yes, I love your boiling human blood, but this is too painful. This guy keeps regenerating no matter how many times we tear him to pieces. I don't think we know if we can. The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, who collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant help to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. And the battle continued much longer than our scuffles at the K-Corp border checkpoint or our struggle against the endless horde of the dead at the basement of Wuthering Heights. The sinners had all grown much stronger since then, but they were reaching a breaking point. And Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with their lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated. I am so hungry. Ridiculous. Side hunger is no justification for this massacre thou hast wrought. Shut up. You don't understand. You don't know how awful it is to surviving for 200 years on that disgusting, horrible... No! I don't even want to think about it. Shut up. Be quiet. No, I'm sorry. I'll be good. Please let me have just a sip. Just a small sip, please. It won't matter how many times you stab me. I shan't stop until all of thy flesh and bone and organs are crushed into a viscous, shapeless mush, never to become whole again. But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. I can't... my kindred, my child... I've given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet. So do thy responsibilities. The blessings of a parent must be repaid. No? What can I do? Find their weakness, break their anchor, make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had. Oh, wait, I think I've got an idea. Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command. The way they fight reminds me of a lot of the way we prosthetic using fixers fight. Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs becoming no more important than tools to be replaced. These idiots act with such abandon, as if they have multiple lives to burn through. Oh, with nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into battle like moths to a flame. And forget to look after what's really important, like this whole thing. With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up the master card key Faust showed it her in one of the previous cards. Don Quixote, stop her, now! Oh, my parent, I offer this gift to you. Gah! Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Mirasol, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The blood fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the key card. This is the key to the first-class cards, my lord. With this, grow your army of blood bags to bring glory to the kingdom. No. Cassetti examines the master key card with clear interest. Without that key card, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. Oh, no. I figured there would be plenty of reason. Dante, I believe that I have tried my utmost to overcome this adversity. Without access to Faust's knowledge and intelligence. However, with our loss of the master keycard, the uncertainty of this circumstance has greatly exacerbated at the origin of this plight. Faust took a deep breath as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, has to be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an admirable sinner with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually. I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you still gave us good directions to follow after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember, thus the lack of plan itself becomes a plan. You said it yourself. I see. Indeed, among many, I am a Faust that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the master keycard is but one of innumerable uncertain variables in the equation. Constant is, however, that the blood fiend is just as desperate as we are. Thus the only option that remains at present is to compromise. You there. Looks like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. Stop. Stop doing that, alright? Don't heal a single one of them. Or I'll smash your precious key to pieces. Madra Esquire. Compromise? To compromise with the villainous Vaz that cur. I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk normally was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. Very well. Then, Cassetti, why don't we move this conversation to a different location? Only I will accompany Dante to this negotiation. I will make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must be completely exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have been a sweet one. Just you two, huh? Yes, the freight car is immediately adjacent to this one. That is where we will further discuss what we each have to offer to one another. That clock must be thy monarch, then, hm? And thou art one of the retainers. Correct. Very well. This will be a royal debate, then. It is only right that a royalty talks to no one else but the one who is his equal. Manager, Esquire, we'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again? Dante, this will be my first attempt at a gamble. What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. Yeah, I agree. What the fuck? You mean, Faust?
훌륭한
What do you mean, Faust? Anyway.
오히려 고맙다고 말해야 하나?
Alright. Time for a lot of reading. Huzzah. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles. This is where it all started. This stupid bus awoke me from my slumber. If only this bus hadn't completely filled up the freight car. I wasn't planning to start the parade so soon, or create a kindred here. Dante. The connection has been restored. Connection? The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend. Boarding Mephistopheles has established my connection to Faust. Did you know that this would work? No, and as I have stated before, this was a pure, incalculable gamble based on my own uncertain hypothesis. This success helps me somewhat to comprehend Miss Rodia's fascination with gambling. A faint smile appeared on Faust's lips for a moment before fading away. Now that the connection has been re-established, I would like to make a complaint against the Fausts and the Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining to loss of connection within the interiors of the warp trains. However, finding a solution to this situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advanced toward the blood fiend. Let us discuss the details of our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the master key card? If thou wert just anyone, I would have wished to turn thee all into blood bags and drink every last drop of thy blood. But thou art unlike a common person. My wish is to maintain the secrecy of this kingdom of mine for as long as possible. And thine wish is to leave this place, right? Once I relinquish to thee this key card, and once thou returnest to your first-class seats, we will live here happily ever after, like nothing happened. And when the train gets there, you get off the train. Everything goes back to the way they're supposed to be. How's that for a deal? Like nothing happened. Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place? Our memories and any signs of battle will be entirely erased upon our arrival. We will have no way to relay our news, whether one of success or failure. If we had the means to defeat him, then at least W Corp would inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However, this current scenario will leave us with nothing to show for, not even the smallest hint, and the contract will end in failure. However, with that, what takes precedence over the contract is you and the sinner's psychological stability. It's not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train, and its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply, yet the lack of a reply was a reply on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet, I shan't allow this. Don Quixote. I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car. I will not tolerate this. We cannot let this vile wretch live and turn a blind eye to everything he's done. It's her, again. What, you want to stay here for what is essentially an eternity within this train? I know the truth. Everything hinges on this key, doesn't it? As soon as I break this in half, you'll have to spend the eons inside this. I care not. I would welcome the eons, should it mean eons of penance for thee. 'Tis much preferable to letting thy villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd only be strong enough to wriggle free of our... grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here. Faust, unhand me. Thou must let him live, Major Esquire. Don Quixote, and letting him destroy that key means that he will be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment. And I shall fill the millennia with the tales of legend I had read in the magazines. No time, however infinite, shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one. Certainly, you are aware that your suggestion is no solution at all, Don Quixote. Then there has to be another way, no? Thou art both possessors of great wisdom, Faust, Major Esquire. Is there truly no path in which we may bring justice to the villain, that sinners remain unharmed? Their struggle begins to wane. This was no acceptance. This was dejection. Wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Blood Fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second, but we were a second too late. Oh, my dearest parent, forgive my transgressions of creating another without thy sanction. That was indeed great timing. I was like, oh my god, great timing for that interruption. Anyway, thou shalt become my next kindred. Cassidy screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even have the chance to do anything. Oh, I didn't expect this to be the solution. I did not expect this to be the solution. Faust, what do you mean, the solution? According to this information I had viewed in the past, and once again just now, it's... Dante, take cover behind me, and remain absolutely still. And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Oh. Oh no. Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And... Roconut! I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote? Running shoes? Ah. Dost thou speak of our dear Roconut? Yeah, those. I have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine with dear Roconut, and sorrow and in joy, no matter the brutality of trials that hath struck me. It hath been a loyal steed by my side for however long it hath been in existence. She doesn't know when she got them? Ah, Measure Esquire, wherefore hast thou not saluted Roconut as well? With this may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. No, I think I'm good. Aha, be not so bashful. Go on ahead. And look, Stinky. Small girl is torturing TikTok with Stinky. Stinky they are not. Scuffed as they might appear, Roconut is in pristine condition. Also, thou shalt not address me as a small girl. Evacuate, evacuate. Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running Roconut. Oh, I've always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as thee, Major Esquire, would care to ask me how Roconut fares. I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Roconut. Verily, Roconut and I remain bound together, even in slumber. There shall be no separating the two of us. We are bound not by need nor want. We are simply bound together through plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote was also wearing those pair of running shoes, Roconut. Have you ever taken them off? Take them off? Hey, whatever dost thou mean? As in, detach Roconut from my body? 'Tis a very odd insinuation thou makest. She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes off it was somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her odd attitude of treating something so far removed from common sense as something completely ordinary. What does Roconut mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then darkness. No, that's impossible. In the all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light. You are the second kindred. How did you... I should have felt your presence. I do think I saw a faint outline of an aura. I see a red aura, and a long furrowed ornament of sorts. Well... through the shimmering aura I think I saw, red eyes. Well, Blood Fiend Dawn, hello. Have committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor. I know that voice, but I also don't. Never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being, the blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Mercy, O venerated ancestor. I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg. Insolent worm. Ah! And crimson droplets of blood slowly rises around the blood fiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. No language worming its way out of your maw shall be worth my ears. No. To commit the sin of filial piety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream, to commit such abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence. Coagulate, then melt away. Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground, rapidly yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loved so much, melting away on the floor, heated under the searing sun. Ah, you. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave, and with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Indeed, you must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand. Urcanant, to me. Urcanant, I beseech you. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet one by one. Ah, one day. She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Well then. Yeah, that is quite the, this is quite the transition to Canto 7. Holy. Sometime later, can somebody explain what just happened? In a way that makes sense? I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti. Most personnel had lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the Blood Fiend. Whatever measure it was that the manager has taken, it can be said that it was appropriate. I guess so. Oh, good work, everyone. However, the definition of most personnel excludes 3 individuals. Therefore, it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. Wait. Who are those 3? Faust, the manager, and Don Quixote, who is still unconscious. Really? The 3 of you? Wow, you were spot on, huh? When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy. I've identified the 3 conscious individuals by analyzing their walking cadence and voices, moments before my loss of consciousness. What the hell? Right, so what's going on with the lass? Why is she still out cold? She appears to be in a state of deep slumber. As she is not at a risk of death, she will be waking up soon. Remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation, how she practically erased the Blood Fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. I also remember Faust's last words. Please do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that their eyes would all fall on me. That's, you know. Wait, that reminds me. Where's the key card? As I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands. It was in a far more presentable state than he was in before. Wait, so what about the key card he was holding, though? Uh-oh. It has been half liquefied. The remains have melted with his finger bones. It appears that to have become one with the middle phalanges. Oh no. Wait, oh no. Everyone, calm down. Calm down. I said calm down. I really should have packed more cigarettes, huh? How about we force one of these doors open? A master keycard is not an absolute necessary element to resolving this situation. How? It will require approximately 5 hours to formulate and proceed with an explanation in a manner that will allow listeners to fully comprehend the exact how of this methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered to you in a digestible, summarized format. Well, that was short-lived. She was acting all smug again. I can utilize the back door of Mephistopheles. The silly confidence in her declaration was more than fair. Actually, yeah. They can get out through there. The silly confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor, past the back door. Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders, and arrived at our destination. Can't not ask what happened after seeing the state you are all in. Sandy pitter, sandy patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinner took. Ask someone after me. To explicate it can... grains of sand roll about in my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago, Faust explained a simpler gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door. To put it simply, we will spend the time at a space disconnected from the train. The train should be arriving at its destination in approximately 10 seconds going by the A-Corp timescale. All we must do is remain somewhere in our original dimension for that duration. And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors. Wait. Are you seriously gonna just open that door? With this many doors in here, are you sure that it's the right one? Yes, this is the correct door. His safety is completely ensured. Lass, at least tell us what's past that door. I did not bother verifying that particular information myself. It is necessary for future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected. What? Oh, wait! Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open. Now, please enter through this door. With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict, abandoned hospital of sorts. And we walked into the middle of a sandstorm. Huh? Are we supposed to be indoors? How the heck is this even happening? I can't open my eyes. Dude, I got sand in my mouth. No, wait, no way. Is this a sandstorm? Aren't we inside a building? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sinners blurted out a colorful series of complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had heard us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the P-Corp platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is. And with our bodies completely covered in sand. I thought we'd never make it. Whoa, are you guys okay? How did these passengers, who were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even the W-Corp cleanup agents in the middle of a cleanup mission looked downright hospitable? We are employees of Limbus Company. We boarded the warp train at the behest of your employer. Oh, so you guys are the people that our captain told us about. They really let you guys keep your memories, huh? Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees... well, no, they didn't. But... it very likely is the outskirts. Probably in the same area as the library as it is now. Considering we saw a desert outside of the library at the end of Ruina, if I remember right. Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees must be sleeping inside that hibernation pod over there. Oh, that. Huh, I've never seen it in action before. Thanks, let me go check. That hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was... Huh? There isn't anyone in here. Huh? Maybe we were looking at the wrong pod? This is the correct spot. Then the disappearance of the individual who has entered this pod would indicate. I guess these folks aren't all there in the head either. Maybe you guys are just mistaken? I doubt that. Yes, we must have suffered from a momentary collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well then, we will see ourselves out. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her to the outside without another word. Have we arrived? Rise and shine, lass. Had enough nap yet? I see. I will hear the details of the incident on the bus once we're traveling again. Understood. And in the end, all relevant reports will be sent to W Corp via LCCA. And Regulus was already there when we arrived. He was sharing a conversation with Faust about what went down inside the train with a serious expression. I will now leave with Karin and watch them unfasten Mephistopheles from the train. The minute hand on the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling me that they have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you two some space. I was finally able to ask Faust once Vergilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen, because it was the preferable course of action to having the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. Huh? I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence. No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is. That is something I have been aware of since the LCB was first established. The same could be said of Vergilius. Of course. However, it was by the will of the LCA's superiors that this knowledge remains withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment. And that appropriate moment was back there? According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communications, including one to Faust, had been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters authorization for that action. Right. Though the full truth may remain obscure still, we are once again returned. That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next in our path, and the usual Faust, reconnected to Faust, has returned. Yes, Faust replied to Yi Song's nebulous wording with a quiet affirmation. They have so much to fix in terms of grammar, holy shit. Please, do not take this query with any greater import than a mere jest. However, do you suppose I shall see her again? He shot a puzzled look at Yi Song. Who? In a way, it was quite a pleasant encounter, was it not? Song mused ambiguously before leaving us. What the fuck are you talking about, Yi Song? Ew. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was. I also learned so much about so many things, but it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace. How do we find ourselves at P Corp? Wherefore is my throat so parched? I'm too tired to explain. Chiquita, you missed out big time on one crazy adventure. Huh? That vibrated the last few grains of sand out of my ears. The listeners looked at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. Oh. Right. Faust not being connected to Faust, that's what he missed, right. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P Corp was located, but we got this. We got this, right? The same faith I saw in the Faust who believes in uncertainty rises within me, too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bow. Well. Collect these, and then, actually I'll be reading that last one. What the hell? I only care about the story, though, not the fucking fights, man. Anyway. Alright, I did as you asked, Faust. Wait, what? Hold on. Hold on. That doesn't seem right. Yo. Not that much longer until I'm ending stream. This? Oh, it is right. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Let me skip this. You don't, as far as I know. I didn't for the last one. So I'm just not gonna bother with this one. Because there's no reason. Why deal with it if there's no reason? If there's no reward?
소재는 망가졌고 영감은 이미 떠.
Just go to the theater. I did as you asked, Faust. I looked up toward Faust, away from the PDA in my hands, as it rattled and fixed the identity cards into each slot. Today's the 4th Walpurgis Night. The location is that same Lobotomy Corp headquarters of the past we visited. Its point in time and the branch of possibility uncertain. Thank you. Please proceed with the slotted identities to suppress the imminent ordeal. Ew, I've slotted in the Lobotomy Corp identities I pulled up during the previous Walpurgis Night. Faust probably wants to study the correlation between Walpurgis Night itself and the identities that can be pulled up only during each Walpurgis Night. Oh, it ain't much of my business what identity we're supposed to wear, but can't you at least bother telling us where we are? I swear, it's always you two who... Yeah, I agree. We won't know what to do if you keep the important stuff just between the two of you, right? Yeah, what he said. I was trying to find a way to avoid sounding irritated. You've a way of mincing words, don't you? Thanks, lad. I guess, haha. Yeah, it is. F you? Hold on. Functionality upgrade. Come on, don't talk about me like I'm a machine or something. Faust cleared her throat in an attempt to clear the air and stem the conversation from going on a tangent. We are at the information team department of the former L Corp headquarters. Information team? Well, do I recall that the place we had visited was called the Control Team Department? Maybe they added a new department with every Walpurgis Night? The training team and the safety team, both adjacent to this department, are currently accessible. Therefore, your assessment is untrue. However, it is possible that there is a reason the first place the door connected to was this location. Perhaps further analyses may yield more concrete information. She's trying to take a more active role in learning things for herself. It seems that the events at the warp train rattled her more than I thought. She's probably concerned that similar loss of connection to that repository of Faust's knowledge may occur again. This place is pretty barren, huh? The more I look around, the more I see just purple. Huh, you got that right. Can't chalk that up to just being a corporate office if you ask me. It doesn't seem like a great workplace environment at all. A good commander decorates their subordinates' living spaces with their morale in mind, even if it means going against their own tastes. Whoever heads this department must be somewhat quite unfit to lead. I bet they're not the only one who's unfit to lead. Ishmael, who was rummaging through a pile of miscellaneous items, muttered from a distance as Otis mused at the ceiling. I found some employee doodles and scribbles back here. Oh, I suppose the department leads were called Sephora. They were saying something about how their Sephora is... Oh, now that's some spicy profanity. I will read them. Mersault, you don't have to read the insults and profanities. Understood. In that case, I will instead peruse the document first and produce a comprehensive summary. Sometime later. That is all. Okay, so, first of all, thanks for skimming past all the profanities, but... Oh, that made me feel bad. And I've got nothing to do with this place. It is not uncommon to see department leads chatting and butting heads, but... Perhaps a physical altercation would have been preferable to letting such bitter animosity fester like this. It was clear to us that the Sephiroth did not share a very healthy work relationship with one another. Not to mention that not many employees really put their faith in their Sephiroth. Hey, this Sephiroth they call him Malkuth. He must have been the sufferer of the control team department where we fought the ordeal last time. You can tell from the way she talks that she treats her employees like parts of a machine, driving them to their deaths, replacing them when they inevitably crumble. I guess a wing is a wing after all. Yeah, look, here's a conversation log with Hode, the sufferer of the training team. Looks like she had started off pretty rough, but it managed to avoid making things hostile in the office. From the size of it, she really cares for her employees. Oh well. That's a whole nother type of annoying, though, you know? Then her heart would never have rested easy as long as she was here. The grievances of the employees would never reach her ears nonetheless. She may have given herself doses of painkillers she had, or the label of altruism, that she truly cared for them despite it all. And this Yesod must have been, I see, the sufferer of the information team department here. Clearly a stickler for the rules. Viper, he was called. Perchance he had an unsavory habit of sinking his teeth into his employees. Only a figure of speech. He does seem like the irritating type, but he would have served as a decent strategist. This appears to be a meticulous record of the work schedule. According to that digital calendar, the upcoming schedule is fast approaching. There is no time to share the details regarding the ordeal. I suppose we should check the documents first. A heavy thump of the lights follows Otis's deep sigh. The lobby lights suddenly changed and the floor began to tremble. Well, can't say I'm surprised. We knew that an ordeal was coming after all. And still, I wish we'd have some prior knowledge of our enemies this time. What in the name of wings is that creature? Vermin, is it? 'Tis so far, yet appeareth so grand in size. Naturally, we whipped around to look at Don Quixote, who then directed our attention towards something writhing in the distance. A thing of bizarre shape, crawling and squirming. They have appeared in the safety team's quarters as well, then. There's more. House, anything you can tell us about them before they start rushing us? I shouted, watching with horror as the curiously violet, grub-like creature slowly spawned into the hallway from thin air. Even though she probably didn't have much to tell me about them anyway. They will not rush us. There were reports that these entities were rather slow. In fact, they're an ordeal of violet, time dawn. If they are indeed violet, then it is unlikely that we will have much time to discuss this further. We must immediately engage them, starting from the safety team hallway. A similar situation is very likely imminent in the information team and the training team hallways. Huh? So what? We've got to crush him like there's a timer or something? That would be an aptitude, yes. The entities will soon be manifesting in every department. If we fail to quickly clear this zone and seek and destroy them in other departments, if we don't, then we may come face to face with the kind of pandemonium we would rather not have the displeasure of experiencing. Every clip-off encounter in each department will immediately drop to zero, and thus the abnormalities contained within shall be released. Oh bollocks, come on! We just got off that bloody warp train. I think we've had enough of the wing shenanigans to deal with by now. Yeah, zip it and grab your weapon. I'm going in. I know. I've dealt with ordeals of violet before. Sometime later, phew, that's a relief. At least it wasn't indestructible. A rubble of broken stones lay about the exhausted sinner's feet, but that didn't last long. I see. It fades away to naught. Yes, while the entity took the form of a stone steel, an object commonly composed of inorganic matter, it is likely that its existence itself is perceived as a religious artifact in certain indeterminate locales. True. That giant object did suddenly appear out of thin air before dropping right in front of us. A seal, which had once threatened the sinners with its tentacles, soon disappeared from our sight like it never existed. If Faust hadn't pushed me into the hallway just in time, I'd have been... Dante. Wham! We would have all died forever if that thing had crushed me, too. We were not crushed by the steel, to be exact. The real issue was the shockwave that came after the shock the crash. I thought I slipped away in time, but I had no idea the shockwave would be so deadly. We're going to have to find a way to deal with that shockwave somehow, or it'll be too risky to continue with our Walpurgis Night expedition. I'm not saying that I'm scared of the pain I have to go through when reviving the sinners, which really, really hurts, of course, especially when it's twelvefold, but I'm not sure if I want to ask them to repeatedly run a mission that's guaranteed to kill them in the end. Moreover, we don't even know if whatever we'll find here will be worth all the trouble. According to information given, it is said that ordeals cannot occur in immediate succession. They cannot occur right after one another. What, did that giant piece of rock have nothing to do with an ordeal then? Yes, it was indeed an ordeal of Violet. However, this was the noon of Violet. Ordeals of the noon are a degree higher than ordeals of the dawn, which we already have experience with. Oh, believe me, it's probably been a thing since, you know, Lobotomy Corporation with that thing, because that thing has always had that. Faust's brows were frowning at a nigh imperceptible angle. She was sighing even as she relayed that information to us, clearly perturbed by some... In fact, that art was probably a thing starting right after, the first LobCorp Walpurgis. If not before. Faust's brows were frowning at a nigh imperceptible angle. She was sighing as she relayed that information to us, clearly perturbed by something. I suddenly recalled that what Faust speculated back at the warp train, that the Gesellschaft may have made a purposeful omission. You think this is the Gesellschaft withholding information from you again? There is no evidence to say for certain. They did not withhold the information regarding the ordeal of noon. Thus, a more likely explanation is that this was merely a manifestation of a rare possibility. Yet your suggestion does concern me. If it was indeed a manifestation of a rare possibility, then we must seek for clues in this Walpurgis Night that may point us to an explanation. So, should we explore further? But... Hello everyone, can you hear me? A loud buzz and an unfamiliar voice broke through the awkward silence we were meandering in. Blimey, who said that? Oh, hearken unto thee. Oh, I guess I can't hear your answers anyway. Ignore what I just said. Hello, this is Hode from the training team speaking. Alright, yeah, this is Hode's floor, alright. I forgot, mainly because it's been a while since I played Lobotomy Corporation. But yeah, this right over up here. And of course the color overall being orange. It appears that the Sephora Hode, whose name we first learned of in the earlier document, is the one speaking to us. Aha, so this is her voice, huh? Gotta say, this is kind of what we all expected her to sound, right? We are all investigating how and why an ordeal of noon occurred immediately after the dawn. What? I understand that an unfamiliar situation like this may cause a sense of alarm and anxiety, but there's nothing to worry about as long as you remember this instructions under the exception number 40-AA measure, which I made sure to mention in every training session. Exception number 40-AA. So how many exceptions did she come up with? She must be a leader with a very hands-on approach to team management. Commanders who are overprotective of their personnel often make such mistakes. Guys, I don't think it's time to share our first impressions. We don't know what measure she's talking about. At this rate, we'll yet... Oh. There was a dull thwick just as Sinclair began to air his concerns. Did I just get shot? You there, at the lobby. You've been dozing off during our drills, haven't you? I'm pretty sure I explained that in outlier cases like these, we'll be finding physical intervention shield bullets we could share with the middle layer. So why are you acting all surprised like you've never been shot before? Ah, shield bullets? Huh, that bullet does look kind of familiar, actually. He carefully approached Sinclair to take a closer look at where the projectile hit him. Hey, I recognize this. This looks just like the decay ampule. That almost melted me into a puddle back at K-Corp. Ugh, I'm getting unpleasant goosebumps just from thinking about it. You're totally badass though, is she? Swimming right in front of Dante, taking the bullets for him, and everything. Then she went ahead and hurled a bloody harpoon into Clockhead's shoulder, herself only a few months later. Like a good circular narrative structure. Okay, you smartasses. It is not a K-Corp ampule. While it is true that K-Corp's technology was used to regenerate its employees, a barrier field like this fundamentally differs from the type of technology used by K-Corp. It is said that Lobotomy Corporation maintained collaborative relationships with other wings, including K-Corp. Through the static collaborations, they obtained bullets and ampules of diverse functionalities, useful for the workings of this company. It appears that this shield bullet is a result of one such partnership. Wait, then this bullet will... It said that this bullet can partially negate physical damage, which is also known as Reddit damage in Lobotomy Corporation terminology. Oh, true. Because... Netsack is, the other side of the upper layers, or lower floors, however you want to call it. Right? If I remember right. It's been a little while. It's been about a month since I played Ruina, so it's been a while since I even remember that. It will likely shield us from the shockwave created by the seal as well. We'll have a counseling session later about your lack of focus during training. Now, please try to suppress this ordeal of noon as soon as possible. I'll give everyone a physical intervention shield, so let's try to take care of this ordeal with as few casualties as possible. Okay, let's get a move on and deal with the other seals as well. Oh. Never heard of it, but not sure if it's good. Indeed, it would be preferable if we returned after confirming the destruction of seals in other areas as well. We'll have to visit Lobotomy Corporation headquarters of different possibilities as well. We'll make use of the Sephira and the shield as soon as we are able then. Good idea. I figured it was probably not good. Thanks to the unexpected support from Sephira, we were able to explore further through the Walpurgis Night. All those trainings were for their own good. That's so hard to understand. It was just that I couldn't help but think back to Hode's last few utterances that managed to slip through the static. It made me wonder what really went down here at the headquarters of Lobotomy Corporation. Oh, you... Well... Anyway. Yeah, I think that's a good place to... I'll probably do... Yeah. Do this. Then... do l'excavation.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Yeah, I'll just do my dailies and then end the stream, which won't take that long anyway. So,
기쁘고 신나는 날이요.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
oh,
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠.
lady with the weird chair. Ah, I do know that lady. from Ruina, if I remember right.
이제 끌고 가도 될 것 같아.
빨리빨리 옮기시오.
That is Eileen, Church of the Gears.
실밥이 터졌네.
I know. It's more efficient to do it this way.
조금만 더 힘내라옹. 맞아.
It doesn't take that long anyway.
친구들을 떠올리시오.
고통은 금방이지만 기쁨은 오래갈 것이오.
이제야 완성된
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
예쁘네, 네 피분수.
원더풀 선택이었어 나리. 저들의
점
약점이
찍었네.
뻔히 보이는 게로군.
추잡하네.
Of course, with the thread excavation, I usually do skip it. So
벌써 끝나가네.
조금만 더 힘내라옹. 떨거지 마. 잘라낸다. 선물 받은 친구들을 떠올리시오.
고통은 금방이지만
놈 새놈 꿰뚫려라.
이거 완전 대박이잖아.
맘.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어.
and
아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼.
this one,
아름다움
이 또한 영원하지는 않을 것이오.
and there we go. Dude's done. All right. Well, see y'all next time then. Goodbye.